Hey everybody, Dave here. Today we are going to look at how to call web APIs in Blue Prism. That's going to involve some REST APIs and one SOAP API. You're going to see how long the video is and you're going to be like, "Alah!" And then you're just going to click away immediately. If you find yourself needing to implement an API later on though, and you need to do that in Blue Prism and you have a short amount of time to learn about it, I think that this video will essentially tell you everything that you need to know to at least know the right questions to ask, to possibly implement relatively easy to intermediate APIs. This will not answer every question that you have, but I really tried to make sure I included different publicly accessible APIs that you can try out yourself today that have some of the different aspects that I've run into across the different APIs that I've worked with. So let me give you a little bit of information about the different APIs that we go over. Each section of this video is going to be dedicated to a different API. The first section is about an 8-ball REST API. Then the second section is a calculator SOAP web service. The third section is the HubSpot REST API. And then the last section is a sample sort of local application API that I created when watching a Tim Corey video. And we're using that for authentication stuff. For the 8-ball REST API, if you just want to see essentially how you implement APIs in Blue Prism, and you don't care about the authentication piece at all, then I think you could just watch that. And it shows from beginning to end how I implement APIs. Just some, I don't know, I probably mentioned some best practices and stuff, but the main thing is that I show you where the different places are that you can actually define the API calls. I show you that I like creating an object that is an intermediary between processes and the web API feature. Just some different things. So I think that you would benefit from that if you just want a basic overview or you have a basic API and you need a little bit of help. If you are looking for SOAP, then the same thing you could probably do by watching the SOAP section, which is the second section of the video. The third section is about the HubSpot REST API. And this is going to be kind of like the 8-ball REST API, except that this is going to be more complicated. The documentation is harder to read. You have to set up an account in HubSpot, which is free, and then create a private app and get yourself a private access token for authentication. So it's definitely more complicated. And I think if you want to watch a section that is going to more closely resemble the real world, I think that HubSpot REST API section is the best place if you're only going to watch one section of this video. The last part is really if you find yourself needing to implement JWT tokens in Blue Prism or any kind of situation where you authenticate with your API and it gives you a token that will last only a certain amount of time. It has an expiry time of 4 hours or something like that. I show you how I like to cache tokens in Blue Prism, and it involves a few different pieces, and that can be a little bit hard to think of on your own. I think you'd think of it if you just sat down and spent the time for it, but I've already thought through that. I've already built it into automations, and this same pattern that I'm showing has run in hundreds of automations that I didn't build them all, but I mean, I built the component that then gets used in all those hundreds of automations, and it's been going for years and years in production. I'm very confident that it's a solid way to handle it, and it's secure depending on how you look at it. You'll have to look at the implementation yourself. That's my overview of what this video is, and I would highly recommend that you just bookmark the video, and even if you don't watch the whole thing now, when you find yourself needing to implement an API and any of those details I brought up just now is something that you have to do, then come back and watch the video. I bet at that point you'll be very interested and actually want to watch hours of video because it's really applicable to you now. This is something I expect people will search and come to over time. If I saw a video that's 4 hours long, I'd be like, man, I'm going to need some serious motivation before I watch that. Let's go ahead and go into the first section where we learn how to call the magic 8-ball REST API. For this section of the video, we're going to look at an API called the 8-ball API. This is a REST API. It is free to use. It doesn't require any authentication. And we are going to run into one small problem. And I say small, but it stumped me for like 25 minutes. But let me show you where you would implement a REST API if you did it directly in Blue Prism. Let's say you're here and you're just like, Dave, just where do I go? I just want to show you that real quick. There's really two ways that you can do this. I would suggest first going to the System tab and see if this works for you. Go up to Objects and then down into Web API Services. Click Add Service. And then if you already know about APIs, you'll probably recognize a lot of this stuff. And this is relatively intuitive where you put the different pieces of information that you need. We're going to come back to this in just a minute or so here, and we're going to use this. The other way that you can do it is you can go into an object, and you'll want to, I'm just going to create an object really quick. What you'll want to do is drag an action stage over here. Most Blue Prism environments will have this VBO. If you don't, then you want to look it up on the Digital Exchange, the utility HTTP object. So inside that, there is an HTTP request action that will cover most scenarios. It's worked for most scenarios that I've needed. So if you, again, are used to APIs already, you'll probably know what these inputs mean. If you are not used to them already, again, we're going to come back to this in like a minute or two, and we're going to fill this out after we have gone and looked over the API a little bit. So that's where you would put this in. Now, let's discard these changes, not going to keep this object. And let's go over and look at the 8ball API. On 8ballapi.com, you can go to this now. It is free to use. So I'm going to scroll down, and there is a documentation link that we're going to go to. So I'm going to click on that, and here is the documentation for this API. Let me show you briefly, though, how it will work. So I'm actually going to copy this base URL up here, copy that. If you've never done an API call before, this could be your first one. You could actually just type this into the browser, into a new tab, and that will be an API call. You will get a response back. The endpoint that we're calling by default is going to be this one right here. It says that it is a method of get, and then here's where you would have some other text if you needed to change the URL in some way. But this just says slash, meaning we're just going to call the base URL, and that's it. It's going to give us data back. So I'm going to open a new tab, paste in that URL, and hit enter. And you see that we got a response back. This is in JSON format, a field called reading, and it gives us a response of, you may rely on it. Now, I didn't ask it a question, but I would just pretend like what question I might have asked it was like, will this video do well? And it says, oh, you may rely on it. Oh, yay. And so it just works like you might imagine a magic 8-ball to work. So I'm going to go back and point out that there is another endpoint. Endpoints are kind of like different operations or different functionality that you might get. In this case, they chose to make a separate endpoint when you want to provide inputs, and also when you want it to have a biased result. So biased meaning I want to primarily get yes responses, or I want to primarily get no responses, that kind of thing. And so I clicked into this, and you'll see it actually says information here about what its input requirements are, whether or not they're required, and then here's an example request that might look like, and here's an example response. We are going to test all of this stuff though. So let's go back up, and we're going to test this first endpoint. Whenever you test an API and you are not sure whether it's going to work in Blue Prism, what you should do first is test it in Postman. If you don't know what Postman is, just go Google Postman, and then pretty much always your first result is going to be the right thing. You go into Postman, you actually can click download Postman. You'll download the Windows installer and you'll install it, and you see it will look like this. Lots of stuff on the screen, but I'm going to show you that in just a second. So I'm assuming that you have downloaded Postman, you've installed it, and you may have signed in, you may not have signed in. I don't think that actually matters. You shouldn't have to sign in for any of the things we do today. But Postman likely changes over time, so maybe at some point in the future, you'll be required to sign in. In my case, I have not signed in, and it says you're using the lightweight API client. Sign in or create an account to work with collections environments and unlock all free features in Postman. So I'm going to hit this little plus button, and this gives us a new request, and there's lots of details in here. Hopefully this will make you feel better. I don't know what half of these things are. Now, I know what params, authorization, headers, body are, okay, because I use them. I don't know what any of the rest of this stuff is. I don't probably know even like 10% of the functionality of Postman. You only need to pay attention to the things that I'm pointing out, because this is, for the most part, the only things you'll ever need to use. It would tell us in the documentation if there needed to be a body, but just in general, get calls don't have bodies. Both of these are get calls. So in a different section of this video, we'll go over post and stuff like that, but we're going to do like super basic calls to APIs in this section. Params are for your input parameters, and your documentation for the API will tell you, does this action or does this operation take an input parameter? If it does, then you'll type them in here. Here's the name of the field or the key, and here's the value that you want to give to it. Authorization, we're not going to do in this section of the video at all. This is where you would configure authorization or authentication inside of Postman. Headers, you usually won't have to deal with this, but if you have to do something like change the content type, then this is where you would do it. Again, you don't do anything with this unless the documentation says that you need to. The body, this is where you would choose one of these options like raw, and maybe you select JSON and then put in JSON as your body in here. But in this section of the video, again, we're not doing that. And then I don't deal with anything else here. So I don't know what the rest of those do. I'm going to go back over to params and let it sit right here. Inside of our documentation at the top, there is a base URL, and we want to take this and copy that, go back over, and we want to paste it into the URL input. And this is a get call. Remember, you could choose other ones. And I am just choosing the same thing the documentation says. So even if I didn't understand what that means, just make it match what the documentation says, and it should work. Now I'm going to click send. It's going to give me JSON format back. And then the field is reading, and the value is most likely. So every time I call this API, it's always going to give me back a field called reading, which I can send multiple times. You'll see reading stays the same, but each time I send, it gives me a different response back. Let me just also show you, you can copy this and you can go to the browser too. You can open up a new tab, put this in here, and boom, gives me the response back. So that is an API call. So if this is your first time calling an API and you just tested that with me, you now can deal with APIs. You could put that on your resume. Can do get calls. I don't know. Probably don't put that in your resume. Before we move on, let me show you testing the other endpoint, because in this section of the video, we're also dealing with input parameters, and we're also going to show you how to just add to the URL. Remember, here was the base URL, and this endpoint, it just has a slash, meaning you don't change the base URL, just use it. And then make sure you have the right method name here, get or post or whatever, and then it'll just work. Now let's try to call the other endpoint. What we have to do is take into account this slash biased. This is how we change endpoints. So I'm going to go over to Postman. I'm going to type slash biased at the end. And then we also need to deal with the inputs. So I'm going to click this, scroll down, and you can see query parameter, and it has a list of them. One is question, one is lucky. For question, it's a type of string or text. It's required. And lucky is a type of Boolean or flag, and it is optional. And then you can actually scroll down here and it'll show you exactly what that should look like. And then what this one should do is actually give us a different kind of response. Like, look at all this stuff it's going to give us back. We're not going to deal with any of these things. I'm just going to show you that it will give us back this other kind of data as well. So this one is, here's our inputs. Let's go back over to Postman, and we're going to put question into the query params and lucky. For the value for question, I'm going to say, will this video do well? And lucky will say true. And then we're going to send. Now what this returned back is that extra data, like you'd expect. It gave us still our reading, right? Cannot predict now. So you just ignore the rest of the stuff, and that's perfectly fine. We have successfully fully-ish tested our API, both endpoints. I think that this shows to you how simple API calls can be. And while this may not be super comfortable to you, if you go test this out a little bit, do it a few times, I think you'll see that it's really not that bad. But when we go do this in Blue Prism in a second, we're going to have a problem. And that's why I would suggest you always test from Postman first. So let's go do this in Blue Prism. I'm going to go over to the System tab and go up to Objects and then to Web API Services. We'll click Add Service. Inside here, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm pretty much going to gloss over and not even explain. If you see me not even refer to something, it either means I don't know what that thing is or I don't use that thing. Okay, so I'm going to go up here to the root node where it says New Web API Service, and I'm going to rename this 8-ball API. Now here's the base URL. Now we saw what that was in our page, so we can copy base URL. We'll paste that in. I'm going to leave it enabled. I'm not even going to open advanced settings. Common headers, I'm not going to be using at all. Common parameters, I'm not going to be using at all. Common authentication. In this section of the video, we won't be dealing with any authentication. Common code, this is where you can put VB.NET and C# code, or you have to choose. These are our actions, or you could call them endpoints or operations. I'm going to click on the one that says new action. I'm going to rename this to something that will point to this endpoint. Now, it doesn't have a name here, so let's go with calling it random reading, and then let's call it get random reading, and then we'll call this one get biased reading. I think I like that. So get random reading, and when we create the next action, we'll call it get biased reading. You might put a description in here. I'm just not for the purpose of testing. Enabled, you want to leave this checked, otherwise you can't call it. And then these will be helpful for you for troubleshooting. So you can check this box for enable request data output parameter, and there will be a new output parameter from this action that it's going to create. And you can use that to see what kind of request Blue Prism is creating for you when it combines all the stuff you put in here. And then you'd actually see this inside of Object Studio or Process Studio when you call this action. So there'll be like a new output parameter. Disable sending a request will make it so that you can use this without it throwing an error. And I'm not actually probably going to use that right now though. Okay, parameters. In this one, we don't have any parameters. So in just a minute, whenever we create the next action, we will see parameters. Request. The method, remember, is just going to be whatever it says here. Both of these say get, so both of them are going to say get inside of Blue Prism. I'll hit the drop down so you see the other ones though that it supports. The URL path is going to be what you need to add to the base URL to point to that specific endpoint. This is an endpoint, this is an endpoint. Here it says slash, meaning you could just add a slash, or you could add nothing. So this one is slash biased. Here it already has a slash in Blue Prism, which means I can just leave it like that. And remember up here that the base URL is like this. So when it combines them together, it will combine this action's request URL to this base URL, which means it'll just get a slash at the end like that. Okay, so back over in request, the body content is not useful right here. These are some of the options that you have, but for get requests in APIs, generally you aren't supposed to include a body. And then here are where you'd put headers. For example, if you wanted to put content type in here and specify the type of content or specify what kind of response content you want by doing accept, there's lots of different headers that you could use, but for the most part, you can just ignore this until you have an error, and that's when you probably want to go and deal with it. And then the response, I'm not going to change this at all. Matter of fact, I think I have found I just, in general, prefer to never put anything here. But if you are more advanced at using APIs, then I would say you could go, type some C# in here and extract data from the response, or you could use the JSON path to extract from the response or something like that. But I just think if you're new to this, just don't use this screen at all. You will get your full content response from the API, whatever it's getting back to you, it will come out into the response content output parameter that you'll see in the object of the process when we go try this out. So that's it for configuring a basic action. Let's go ahead and add an action. This one we were going to call get, what was it called? Get biased reading. And then we're going to go to parameters. Here we do actually have parameters. So let's remind ourselves what those were. It was question and lucky. Here, I'm actually going to name it with a capital Q because I like to do that in Blue Prism. This is not directly what this is asking for. So what we're creating in this, when we're creating parameters, this is what parameters do you want your action in Blue Prism to have. So that's why I'm naming it with a capital Q right here. Data type is going to be text. And then I don't want an initial value, and I do want to expose it, so you want to check this box. And then the other one was lucky. This one is a type of Boolean, so I'm going to choose flag. And if you'll see here, this documentation says the default for this is true on the server, on the API server. So I'm going to choose true in here just to mimic that. And then I'm going to click expose so that I can use it from, whenever I call this action. Request, let's remind ourselves again, the path to this one is going to be /biased. So I'll put /biased here. And of course, this is a get method as well, like we talked about. No body content, no headers, and no response. Now, I will commonly stop here thinking, oh, that's all I need. But this is not all you need. When you have parameters, you actually need to put that into the URL path. So what I can do is go back over to here, and there's a lot of times API documentation will have examples for you, and sometimes they won't. So, we're lucky in this case. I'm going to copy this entire example request. And then I'm going to, oh, this doesn't actually have a full example, but that's okay. I'm going to go back over to Blue Prism, and at the end of the URL path, I'm just going to paste this in so I can look at it. Now we know that we don't need this part because that is the base URL. So I'm going to take that out. It gets appended automatically. We already have /biased, so I can delete that part. And now we have a question mark. When you see a question mark in a URL that's to an API or to a website or whatever, it means, hey, parameters or input parameters follow this. So here's my first parameter, question, and it says equals, and in this case, it's a hard-coded question, and it's got pluses between them instead of spaces. Now what I'm going to do is delete this, and we're going to type the name of our input parameter, question, and that matches the spelling that's over here. So same thing for lucky. I'm going to come over here and add that one. How do you add a second one? Well, this is unfortunate. The API documentation doesn't show you how to do this, so you'd have to look it up. But you add an ampersand, and then you type the name of that one, lucky, equals, and then lucky. So this first one is what the API is expecting for the name of that parameter, and this one is going to get replaced with whatever value I provide from when I call the action. Same thing for this. When it actually goes to the API, this will get replaced. So this is Blue Prism wants this here and this here. We should be ready to go test this over in Object Studio or Process Studio. It's possible I made a mistake here, and we'll find out if I did. I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to go over to Studio. And I think how I'm going to do this is I'm going to mimic like if I were doing this for real. So I want to show you how I would actually implement this. What I'd like to do is, even though I used this, the setting over here, this creates an object, right? Like this creates a usable object in Blue Prism. You can go to Process Studio. I should probably show you that actually. Let's go to APIs. You can create a process. We'll call this like test APIs and open process. And in here, you can grab the action stage. We can go click on the business object dropdown, and under Web API Services, it says 8-ball API. So I can just use this directly as if it's some object I created, and it'll feel exactly the same. But I would suggest you avoid calling that kind of Web API or even the SOAP API objects directly. I'm just going to leave this process open, not calling anything, and maybe we'll use it later. So I'm not calling that Web API object directly. Instead, I would say to go down and have some kind of group for your various API objects. You could put it directly in like a utility folder or something like that. It doesn't really matter what group you put it in, just something that makes sense for you. And then I would call this object something like this, API, and then 8-ball API. So this is telling me that this object is for the 8-ball API, and regardless of what I named it here, I named it API at the beginning so that it alphabetically gets ordered next to other API objects. I'm going to click next, and then I would put a description here that's helpful, but I'm not going to for just demo purposes. Now inside of here, there are a few different things that I would do, and I may forget to show you this in other sections of this video, but I'm going to do it here. I would open up the initialize properties, go to information, and we'll change this to background because the run mode needs to be set to background for this. I have another video on that if you're interested in why, but that's basically what I do. I guess another thing that I like to do is I go to global code or code options, change language to C#, but that's just my preference. That doesn't really affect anything. You don't have to do that. Now I'm going to go to action 1, and I'm going to name this after my 2 different actions. I'm going to have one here called get random reading. You don't have to name this exactly the same thing. I'm just choosing to as far as convention goes. and then get biased reading. Okay, in get random reading, I don't need any inputs, but get biased reading does need inputs. So I'm going to go ahead and create those. I'm going to click add twice, and question is one of my inputs, and the other one is lucky. So what I'm doing is allowing my process the choice about whether or not it wants to make this a biased response as far as lucky being true or false. I could choose to abstract that out. I could choose to not expose that to the process, but I'm going to. And then I'm going to store question into question and lucky into lucky. Then I'm going to call that action. I'm going to open up the action stage, drop down for business object. Let's select 8-ball API. And then for the question, we are going to take our input, our data item, put that in here. And lucky, we'll put that in here. And then our output is going to go into response content, HTTP status code, response headers. I think we don't necessarily need response headers. I would have to test this. I don't remember exactly. So maybe you should test it out, see what comes out of that. In this case, I'm only going to use response content and HTTP status code. And let's click OK. And then here, I'll put my outputs kind of down here out of the way. And it's going to be up to you if you want to pass the HTTP status code out to the process. I would suggest not doing that. All right, so we've got this configured, and I need to add the output here. Ignore what outputs we got like from calling the action. Let's think of a name that we want to call this that would make sense for if the process didn't even know how this works. So we're saying get random reading and get biased reading. So I'm going to name the output for both of these actions just reading. And it's going to be text. The store in is technically means where does the value come from. So I'm going to take the value. Let's take the value from something that doesn't exist actually. Let's create a reading text data item. In a minute here, we're going to test this to make sure it works. And normally you might test it right away, but I know that we're going to run into an issue, which is why I'm not testing it just yet. But normally I might like test it at this point. I would check my output, see what I got, and then figure out how to get the value from here and put it into here. But it's going to break. So for now, we're going to come back to this in just a second. Let's go over to random reading. And I'm actually just going to copy this stage over here and the reading stage, the response content, and the HTTP status code. I selected them all by holding Control and left clicking, and I'm going to hit Control C and Control V to paste these. Let's move that a little bit. Now there are no inputs to this, so I'm just going to move these up a little bit, connect these. And because the other one was calling the biased reading, I need to click into the action dropdown and change that to get random reading. You see the inputs went away and outputs here. So we've got response content going to response content, HTTP status code going to HTTP status code, then click OK. Now let's test this though, and it's not going to work. And I will briefly walk you through why it doesn't work and just show you that even for very simple APIs, you can come across something that will just delay you for some time, and you really can't predict that. So I'm going to step over this with F10, and it says unexpected error during web API HTTP request, HTTP status code 308, HTTP response content redirecting. Now that gives you a strong indication of what's going on. If you Google this, which I did almost immediately, like what is 308? And it's exactly what it sounds like. 308 code is a redirecting code. That means that the URL that we are pointing to, right, the API's base URL, or maybe just the full URL, it is configured on the server so that it will automatically redirect you to another one if you try to call it directly. It seems like it depends on the code that you're using as to whether or not that's going to be a thing at all. So it's possible for the code to handle that redirection. But we're new to APIs, right? We don't really know how to deal with that. But you know what? We don't really have an option. So we got to go look this up ourselves. So let's do that. So in Chrome, I'm going to just Google HTTP status code 308. And it says, okay, AI overview, get out of here. HTTP status code of 308. It's a permanent redirect status code. This means that the URL you're trying to access has been permanently moved to a new URL. What this is saying is we are using a valid URL, right? Like our base URL that we have over here in the system tab, it is valid, but it is trying to tell us, hey, the resource and whatever that we want to get to is no longer here, or maybe it was never here at all. And they're just trying to support multiple things people might type in to go to the same place. It's a little hard to figure out what it's redirecting to. And I hate that. If you ran into this for real and you were on a project, you'd probably want to get a more experienced developer to help you with this. In this case, I was on the verge of that, where I would be like, let me ask somebody who really knows what they're doing. But it occurred to me that I should technically be able to figure this out. And I think I found it in some Stack Overflow post too. Somebody was like, hey, check the network tab in the developer tools. So let's open up the browser. I'm going to close this. Let's copy this base URL and we're going to paste it into a new tab. Before we paste it though, let's go to the network tab. We're going to hit F12 to open the developer tools. Make sure you're on the network tab and then clear up here. Use the clear network log button. Make sure that it's nice and clean. Paste into the URL. And you see what we have here is https://8ballapi.com/API. I'm going to hit enter and you'll see that there's actually two lines down here. The first one says a status code of 308 permanent redirect. And then the second one is going to show us the URL that it is actually redirecting us to. But HTTPS, so this looks exactly like our base URL that we were using. I'll scroll down and it should say in here, yeah, location, https://www.8ballapi.com/API. That www dot is where it's trying to redirect us to. So this is all the same except for that. So we go to the second one here, and this is a 200 OK status code. And this is the one that's using the www dot. When I go to a browser, it'll automatically redirect me. When I do it in Postman, it is also automatically redirecting me, even though I don't even know if there's a way to see that. There's probably a way to see that in here, and I just don't know where it is. But in Blue Prism, for whatever reason, the code that they use behind the scenes here does not go with the redirect. And it's possible that it's just not configured for that specific status code. So what I need to do is change this to use the one that it's redirecting us to. Basically, we're just avoiding the redirect. So I'm going to type www dot here. And then the rest of it should just now work. Let's go ahead and test this again. I'm going to step over this. And granted, I didn't pass a question or lucky into it, so maybe I should have done that to test this properly, but it appears as though these aren't actually required parameters, or maybe it read it was empty. It gave us a response though. So definitely the API is working. Let's go ahead and test it one more time with input values. So I'll test it with like, will this video do well? Question mark. And lucky will, oh, I can just leave that as default actually, but I'll put in true. And then here we go. Okay, cannot predict this question. It says cannot predict now, and here's my question. So we know things are working for this action. Now let's go over to get random reading. This is the one that doesn't have any kind of inputs at all. And it's also the one that up here, it's just a slash. And so you're just supposed to use the base URL. So I'm going to hit F10 over this. And what it gives us is still the same error, the HTTP status code of 308 and redirecting. I can show you what's happening here. It's kind of hilarious. I'll have to go to a new tab here. We need to go get the base URL. Okay, so we found out that putting www dot here is required, right? But when Blue Prism, over here, it looks like just how it's designed, it's always going to put a slash at the end of this. And I don't know why this is, but here is our base URL. And then when we go to one of these actions, in this case, we actually have a slash, but I think I tested this with this URL empty. I think it's always going to put a slash at the end of our API call, or at least at the end of it here if there's nothing in this. But in any case, this is what we're seeing. So we need a slash at the end of this thing to reproduce this. I'm going to go to the network tab by hitting F12, and then I'm going to hit enter. And you'll see it's redirecting. What is it redirecting? This path to the same place, but it says its location is /API. So it's like just removing the / at the end. And because it has to redirect, it doesn't work for us. It instead needs to directly call this value. So I'm going to go back into Blue Prism, back to the System tab. Let's open this up, and I'm going to change this. So instead of having API be in the base URL, I need every single request, just in this case. It's not like it's always necessary, but in this case, I need to put something into the sort of relative URL path for each of the actions. This one already has something, not a big deal, but we need this one to have something. So let's go up here, and we're going to take off of the end. Just going to steal the end part, and then in each request, I'm going to stick API at the beginning, like this. And then for the biased reading, I'm going to put /API at the beginning. And now that our requests look like this, okay, so this is sort of like providing nothing. It's just calling the API with get method. And our base URL doesn't have that at the end. Now it should work. I got to refresh this so that it gets the updated object. And I'll step over this. And now it gives us an HTTP status code of 200. And it gets us a response content of yes, definitely. So if you can't tell already, this can be quite involved sometimes. And that's just how it is. Yeah, the API is easy to call, but implementing it in Blue Prism isn't always super easy. And this is not like a Blue Prism fault, by the way. This is, yeah, maybe they could handle this, but they can't account for everything. So maybe in the future, this 308, maybe I could report it and they could implement it to be handled. I'm pretty confident they could do that. But in this case, it's not super necessary. You can just find out what the actual URL is and stop getting redirected. Not a big deal. Now, let's go ahead and finish this object so that it's sort of, I don't know if production ready is quite the word, but close enough to it. I'm going to add in a decision stage here, and I want to check this HTTP status code. So for now, what I think is that we are good with it if the status code is equal to 200. You could also say, oh, the status code starts with a 2, because maybe you could get 203 or whatever else. So I'm going to put HTTP status code. I'm going to put trim around it, just in case. I don't think it could ever have anything before and after, but just in case, equals 200. And then OK. Now, if it does equal 200, then we're good to go. We don't have any problems, and we can try to extract the reading out of this response content. So just because as a standard way, I don't think it's 100% necessary in this case, but we are going to use another action called JSON to collection. So we're in the business object up here. You might type like JSON, and if it doesn't come up here, sometimes what you have to do is just hit the drop down, select anything, and then you can type like JSON, and now it'll search. Utility, JSON, and then we want to change the action to JSON to collection. Sometimes you might need skipping JArray, but in this case, we definitely do not need it because it's only ever going to return me one reading. Okay, so our JSON is going to be response content, and our output is just going to be, we'll call it result. That's fine. Here we go, like this. Okay, so let's change the order here because we're going to take the value out of here and put it into reading. Now I should be able to use a calculation. This might be a little confusing just to mention when I run this. Let me actually do that. So status code is equal to 200. So I'm going to set next stage. It's going to go on the yes path. It's going to convert this JSON, which is the curly braces and stuff, to a collection. It's going to set the value into this dynamic collection. There's no fields defined in it already. It's going to have a field called reading, and then it has its value right here. Because I've done this, and because I know that there's only going to be one result, it will work for me to directly reference that row without needing to loop into the collection. But if you were unsure, you could take loop stages and put them before the calculation, and then you just get the first result. You get row 1. But row 1 will automatically be selected if you populate a collection and it has one row in it. I think even if you populate it with multiple rows, row 1 would be selected. But okay, let's get reading from results. In here, we want to store into reading, and then we want to get the value out of result. So we're going to say results.reading, and it's lowercase r because that's what the API returned. So just to show you again, results.reading. And now I'll connect this to the end and just make sure that it will take that value out of here and put it into reading. And there's our value. And then we haven't configured an output here yet, so let's do that. This is going to be reading. It's text, and our store in is reading. Okay. And now we're good to go there. We still need to handle this path. So this is something you'll have to decide how you want to handle it. The easiest way is just to put an exception stage and throw it up to the process. So I'm just going to call this system exception SE. I'll say get random reading failed. I'll put that same text into the exception detail. So since this is not anything like sensitive, then I'll go ahead and put this response content, and I'll put, let's view it in this mode here, ampersand and response content. I also like to put these square brackets these days, and that makes it nice and pretty. So this is what it would look like if, let's say that this was an error. I have no idea what it would look like, but let's say it's like error. Oops. I don't know. Then when I would run this, it would say get random reading failed and say response content, and then it would actually put the JSON text in here, which, you know, maybe that's not the best thing to do ever, but if it's not going to be sensitive, worst case is business users see this really technical error message, which I don't personally think is that big of a deal. You might want to protect them from it, but it's not that big of a deal. If it's sensitive, on the other hand, though, you probably don't want to do this, and you need to actually just not put anything dynamic into the error message. So that I just wanted to mention a little bit there. It's something you'll have to decide. Okay, so I would say that this action is fully working. I would fill out a description, precondition, postcondition, and then publish it. Let's go over here and we'll finish this one. I think we can actually copy, let's see, we want to copy results. We can copy these and maybe most of this actually. We'll go over here and paste this, paste it off to the side, and we'll put result here. Drag this down. Let's pull everything in and connect it with F3. Okay, 8-ball API, get biased reading. That's still calling the right thing. Our inputs still probably look fine. And yeah, that looks good. Now we are still checking to see that status code equals 200. Same thing as before, same thing in the other action, but this action name is different, so I'm just going to change this text. So this is like get biased reading failed. I'll update this, get biased reading failed, and I'm still going to leave this response content here. Again, you might not want to have that there. Let's reset this. Okay, now my thought is that this should work the same because we get a biased reading, and then you probably don't want to hard code this. Let's actually not do that. The default, we could handle this differently, but we'll just leave the default as true like that. And then I'll do what I like to do with the debug start. Put a multi-calc up here. I call it debug start. And then like simple example. And then I'll set these inputs. Set lucky to true. Set the question to will this video do well? Whoops, didn't mean to hit enter. Okay, looks like it got my double quote there. Click OK. And so now what I can do is just set next stage up here. Instead of having any hard-coded inputs, which you should basically never hard-code anything, even during testing like I did. That was a no-no. Now I can hit F10, and now it's set my inputs as if I have called this page from somewhere else, or this action from somewhere else. Okay, it got a biased reading. So here's my reading. Here's what this response content looks like. And it might be a little hard to read this. Let's change to JavaScript. Okay, well, that didn't make it any better. Let's just go out of this. So there's our response content that you can see reading is here and it's at the top level. So we should still be able to retrieve this reading even though all this other stuff is there. So status code 200, see the status code is 200. I'm going to convert the response content to a collection. Now we can go look at that and you can see what I'm talking about. We still have reading here as a field or a column and our value. And so we also have question, which is what we asked. We have the sentiment analysis, and there's a row inside of that with data here. And it looks like it's not giving us any information about this stuff beyond like, here's the words it analyzed. It's possible that the sentiment analysis just didn't find anything special in it. And so maybe it had no values to give, but that is where you would see more information. But in our case, we don't really care about that. We just care about the reading. That's why this calc stage will still work. Result.reading. Step, it gives us that. And then we make sure we've got our output reading and it's getting the value from reading. So now I would say that these are completely done. I guess one other thing I'd mention, I'll publish this. One other thing I'll mention is I didn't put a debug start stage here because there's no inputs to this action. And again, I would do description, precondition, postcondition. And I think this object is essentially done. So let's just save this. We'll say added basic calls using the system tab feature. Let me show you the big benefit of having this object like this. If you notice, we did some validation to check the status code to make sure, did this actually work or did it not work at all? And then we extract the value out of the JSON result and put it into reading. And this is not a ton of work, but it's a little bit, right? And you don't necessarily have to do this in an object. You could do it in the process level. But if you have 5 or 10 or 20 different processes calling this object, you don't want them to all have to deal with the technical details of it. And so having this intermediary object that it handles calling the web API object, and then the process calls this one, you can get in the middle of it and change how it's implemented. I think that's actually really important to do. And then the other thing I want to show you is you don't have to call the web API feature over in the system tab. Instead, you could just use the utility HTTP object to do the exact same thing. So let's do that. I think how we'll handle this is I'm just gonna duplicate these actions. So I'm gonna duplicate it here, and we'll call this use HTTP object. And then I'll duplicate this one, use HTTP object. And let's reorder these a little bit. Put this down here like that. Okay. Now we can just change this to whatever we want. So again, like I was saying, you could change the implementation. If later you're like, I don't want to use the web API feature anymore. Well, my processes are directly calling it. So instead you could go into the action. It would actually be these that you would edit, but I'm just pretending like, these actions are the original ones. We'll go ahead and publish these for now. Inside of here, I can take this, move it off to the side, because this is the one I'm going to replace. So I'm not going to call this web API services anymore. And instead, I'm going to get a new action stage, put this here, and let's call the HTTP object. HTTP request. There's other options here, and you could look into them, but I think this is going to work for our purpose. The first thing we need is the address URL. Now, here's going to be a little difference. Now you don't have access to over here. You don't have access to this value that you have put here. So you need that somewhere. And there are a number of different ways to handle this, but the easiest way is with an environment variable. So I'm going to go create one of those. Let's go over to environment variables, add variable. We'll call this 8-ball API URL. Call this text, paste this in here, and now that's our API base URL. I should have called it that. Say base URL like this. And we'll click apply. Now, if I search for that again, if I just search for like API, okay, so that'll filter it, at least in this version of Blue Prism, 8-ball API base URL. That looks good to me. And you might even want to put that into the description in case anybody ever changes it. Original value like this. Okay, now we can go back over here. Let's go to the initialize page, and we're going to drag on a data item. Open this up. Let's change the exposure to environment for environment variables. Hit this drop down, and I'm going to find that API variable. I think that I had it started with 8. So up here, maybe I should have named it like API 8-ball, whatever. But I can find it here. And then OK. And now this is my base URL that I can access from anywhere in this object. Well, once I do this, I need to change visibility to not hide from the other pages. Go back over to our action. And inside of here, what we want to do is provide the address URL. So this is not asking for the base URL. It's asking for the full URL. In that case, what I'm going to do is just go like this, 8-ball API base URL. And then we're going to concatenate with just the text. Let's see, did we need a slash at the beginning? I think we did. Slash API, and then end it like this. You might want to dynamically handle whether or not the base URL has a slash in it or not, like whether it ends with a slash. And there's a number of different ways to do that. I suppose I should just do that here. Yeah. Okay, let's just do it right. So I'm going to cut that out. I'm going to type address URL. We're going to create another data item. We're going to put this up here. We'll call this address URL text. Okay, so let's move these down. We might need to go a little further down. Let's get rid of this link. There are a few ways to do this, but I chose to go with the way that makes the most sense. And what we're going to do is go ends with slash. Going to take the base URL, and we want to know if it ends with let's say a forward slash. Okay, let's do evaluate expression. So like this, put a test it, it says false. If I put a slash at the end, test it, it says true. Now, if it ends with a slash, then I don't need to put my own slash. So we will put a calculation stage, set address URL. We'll put address URL, and then we want the base URL, concatenate that with just API, because in this case, wait, are we saying it does? Yeah, if it ends with a slash, then we go to here, no slash added. Okay, and then I'll copy this, paste it up here. This one is going to be slash added. And so I'm going to put a slash here, because in this case, the URL does not already end with a slash. Now we can combine them back together down here with anchors. And then we go into HTTP request. So this takes our address URL here, and we can pretty much ignore everything else except for the method. We want to call this a get, because that's how we did it before, and that's what the documentation says. And then our outputs are going to be a little bit different. So our result is going to not go into result. We want it to go into response content. We're not going to even deal with the headers as JSON. Status code, we're going to put into HTTP status code and click OK here. Let's get rid of our original and then connect this to here. Now we should have effectively just replaced the usage of the web API with using the utility HTTP object. Let's see if it works or if we have any problems. So let's use a debug start. Actually, we don't need to do that because there's no inputs to this, right? But we are testing this with the address or the base URL not having a slash already, so it should go on this path. Okay, so there's our address URL. It's added /API. It did the request, and so it returns with a reading of concentrate and ask again. HTTP status code is 200, so it should continue going downward. And once again, it's going to convert this JSON to a collection. This collection should look basically the same thing as before. And then it pulls the value out of there by using result.reading. And now we have our value, which we can pass out to whoever called this action. And we can do the same thing over here. We can actually just copy. We should probably test the other side of it. Let's go over to the system tab, and we're going to change the base URL. We're going to put a slash at the end of it and apply. Need to refresh. Let's go make sure that the slash is there. Okay, so it's hard to see, but you can see the slash right here. Let's go back over here, and I'm going to step with F10. You'll see it should go downward this time. It's because you don't need to add your own slash. Okay, so it's still correct, 8-ball, and then it's got the slash before the API because it was already there. We'll do the request. Status code is correct, converts it, and extracts the value. So we know that this is working correctly. Now we go over to this one, and we should actually just be able to copy everything from up here. We need address URL as well. And we'll paste this over here. Okay, let's delete this, delete this. We want to move this out of the way for now. We'll delete it in a second. Put this in here. Let's connect everything. Line it up. Now, we do have to adjust this slightly. So instead of doing the address URL with just API, we also want to add biased. And yes, we are hard coding this, but the thing is, this is something that does not or should not change from one test environment to the production environment. The part that should change between environments for an API is the base URL. Nothing else should. If it does, it's been designed poorly. And then let's open this one and make sure it's added here as well. Biased, like that. And so that should be it, because all we had to do was change. Now, okay, no, that's not all we have to do. Let's go over to the system tab and let's go glance at our web API. Okay, so the one with the parameters, okay, it needs to look like this. So this is what our URL is supposed to look like. So I'm going to go copy this. And because this is getting a little more complicated, I'm going to expand this out a little bit more. And let's delete this. I'm going to put a calculation stage here, connect it in. And this is where we're going to do the final combining. So it'll be like finish address URL. It's going to take the whatever we've put into address URL already, and it's going to concatenate that with this. Okay, so question, lucky. Okay, it'll just put it right at the end, and we'll stick that back into address URL. Now, what I think I'm going to adjust about this is here we are appending API biased, but I'm going to cut most of this out. And instead, I'm going to make this just add a slash. Go into finish address URL we'll put this at the beginning. So slash may or may not get added, but it's going to be handled up here. So I need to update this other calculation stage to just, actually that just needs to not exist. So I'm going to delete this one. So if it already ends with a slash, then we don't need to append a slash. If it does not have one, then append slash to address URL. And then this is going to finish the address URL by putting whatever needs to be on the end. Now, this has to be handled a little differently. We have to get the question to go into here and lucky to go into here as well. And I think we could do a replace on top of this, but I think the simplest way for now is just to do this. So we have separated by ampersands, sort of made this a string or text, made this a string or text. We need to do the same thing here. Oh, this is actually going to be a little bit weird. No, this is good. We just don't need the final double quote. Let's see what that looks like. So let's say we have an address URL of https://something.com. And that should be, I think by this point we have a slash on the end of it. And the question could be, will this video do well? Question mark. I don't know that having that question mark is a great idea at this point, but we're going to leave it just and see if it works. Lucky, true, we'll leave that, hit test. So this is what we come out with at the end. And this all looks, oh, right. See, this one's throwing me off. This question mark shouldn't be here, but like, we're going to see if that works. It hasn't caused us problems yet, so there's probably some kind of encoding going on behind the scenes. This looks correct to me. Now we test it. Simple example. It does already end with a slash because we haven't changed that back. So it's going to go this way. Okay, invalid, perfect. I'm super glad that this gave us an error. Let's make sure, oh. API. Okay, we did something wrong. Append. Okay, we have 8-ball API base URL, and then it is checking to see if it ends with a slash. It went this way, yes. Oh, okay. We actually have to put that back in. If it goes on the yes path, then it was never getting the base URL at all. So I just need this to set base URL into address URL. Let's try that again. Okay, there it is. And it's got the slash already. It adds to the end of it. Adds quite a bit. So biased question. Here's the question. This is something I wonder if it will cause a problem. Okay, it doesn't look like it is. So maybe it's just designed to ignore it. Probably how it's designed is like the first question mark that it comes across says everything after this is a bunch of parameters. And so every other question mark that it comes across, it doesn't interpret that. And instead it says this is literal text. That's what I'm assuming. Okay, we can make sure it got a 200. It did. Convert it to a collection and get the reading from the result. Here is what the collection looks like. Same thing as before, reading, question, sentiment, and there's stuff inside of here, inside of sentiment, which we're ignoring. And we can delete the old one now. And so that's how you can implement the HTTP object instead of using the web API services to accomplish exactly the same thing. I would still implement the same way here where you use an object action to call the HTTP object. And that way you can change the implementation later on if you needed to. Let's go ahead and save this. Added HTTP usage, object usage as examples. So that was the 8-ball API. A very, very simple API to work with, but we did run into some issues. And I also wanted to show you different ways you can implement it in Blue Prism And pretty much, I showed you pretty much everything I would have done. Now I would just drop the action stages into processes and call the new object that I created. So I would not call 8-ball API directly from a process. Instead, let's search for 8-ball. Oh, you have to click one. Let's do this. Search for 8-ball. All right, I got to refresh. Okay, let's open this back up. 8-ball. Okay, here is the one that I would not call. Oh, wait. Oh, wow, that's a little confusing. Okay, so you want to make sure you call the right one. So maybe you name it something that's a little more clear, but the one that's a visual business object is what I'd call. And then I'm going to call this, I could do any of these, right? Get biased reading, get random reading. I could use the HTTP object version. Either way, probably I wouldn't have all 4 of these. I'd just have 2. And then the process doesn't need to know how it's implemented underneath. So I'm just going to call get random reading. We'll get an output here. This is named like the original object I called. So let's do get random reading. Connect this. And now the process doesn't need to know anything except I want a random reading, and then just everything else will happen underneath. And there you are left with just a text data item for your reading, and then you can use it in your flow however you need to. This is how I would implement it. I think at this point, I haven't left anything out. There is no authentication for this though. So obviously there's more to handle there if you need to do authentication, and usually you will need to. So I just went over the 8-ball API. It's a REST API, and there was a lot that went on with that because I did Postman and we created an object with 2 different types of actions and stuff like that. We also ran into an issue and whatnot. But in this section, this is going to be about using a simple SOAP web service. It's going to be a calculator. I wanted to point out that you might not get some questions answered in this section because I'm going to try to keep it relatively simple, because I don't really even know that much about SOAP APIs, and I don't have that much else to say about it. So I'm just going to show you it working, show you the steps that I would go through. And as far as some of the things I do in Blue Prism, I would recommend that if you still have unanswered questions, go back and watch the 8-ball API part and see if that answers any of your questions, because a number of the steps are kind of similar. Consider doing that if you find yourself with still unanswered questions by the end of this section. So here's our 8-ball API in the Web API Services section. We're going to go over, we're still in the System tab, to Objects. We're going to go up to SOAP Web Services, and this is where we are going to add a SOAP web service. It's going to automatically create an object for us in Blue Prism. We are then going to go create our own object that will call it, and then we will go to the process and call it from there. We're not going to use Postman in this section because I've never used SOAP in Postman before, and I haven't really needed to. So that's not a great excuse, but that's the truth. So I'm going to go over to the next API that we're calling. This is going to be the Calculator SOAP web service. All right, so let's go into the browser. And here is the Calculator SOAP web service that I'm going to use in this section of the video. This link is down in the description, so you can type just what you see up here if you want, or you can go down there and click the link. Now, this has a little bit of information about this, but I think most of this page is really just talking about like, oh, this is a sample SOAP web service. And so let's pretend though that this is the documentation for a real Calculator web service, because, you know, it's impossible to add numbers together inside of Blue Prism. So we have to call a web service for it. Obviously I'm joking there, but let's just pretend like this add, divide, multiply, and subtract is functionality that we need in an automation, and we have to call out to some external service to do that for us. So we are on the website that gives us documentation for this Calculator SOAP web service. Might take you a little bit of effort to find this next part. In this case, the link is really simple. There's a link that just says service description. And what we want is the WSDL. It's the web service description language, maybe? Anyways, I'm going to click on this link, and it brings us to that same URL that we were already on, and then question mark WSDL. That's the WSDL. That's how you pronounce it. This information is going to get taken in by Blue Prism, and an object is going to get automatically created for us that we can call within Blue Prism. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to go over to the System tab, Objects, SOAP Web Services, Add Service. I'm going to paste the WSDL URL in here, and then click next. At this point, it says you provide the username and password if that's how you authenticate, or you could provide some instructions here about where Blue Prism can find the certificate if you were doing certificate-based authentication. I'm not going to show you anything for authentication in this because I think this will just either work for you or it will not work. Okay, that's all I can really say there. You will be given instructions for how you should authenticate with some particular service or some API. And when you go try to do that, if it doesn't work for you, there's a fair chance you might just need to go use custom code for that. And I'll show you a little bit of that in just a few minutes, but I'm going to say that I just don't have a lot of help for you in this area. When it comes to authentication, I found it to be so different every time. And so I just figure it out uniquely each time and get someone who knows more than me to help me if I need it. Next, in this case, we don't need any authentication though. I'm not going to change the timeout. Click next. And so you can see what it did is it found a bunch of details inside of that WSDL file. And it says success at the end here. And now I'm going to click next. It's asking us now to choose which service to include. I'm going to click next. And then it's like, which methods do you want to include? So which actions or operations do you want to include? So I could choose to not include subtract or whatever, but I'm going to include all of them. Click next. And then what name do I want to give to the web service? I'll just leave it as calculator. That's fine. I'll click next. And then now we've got our SOAP web service here. Okay, so I'm going to go over to Studio. And here's our API, 8-ball API. I'm just going to create an object here. And let's call this API Calculator API. Notice I'm not naming this SOAP because what I'm doing is leaving open for later on. We might want to change how this is implemented. Maybe today it uses a SOAP API, but tomorrow it could use a REST API. And so we could change how it's implemented. Click next, open, finish. Okay, in here, we're not setting up an application model. We're going to do essentially the same thing we did with the 8-ball API, but we're going to create separate types of actions and stuff. So we had add, subtract, multiply, and divide. So I'm going to create an action for each of those. I'll rename this add. And I think before we create the other ones, let's go ahead and finish making add, and then maybe I can duplicate it. Maybe that'll make it a little bit less effort. I'm going to create an input. We'll call this first number. This will be a number. Store it in first number. Add second number. Call this one number. And store that into second number. Now let's think about whether this will work for all of our methods or all of our actions. Add is 2 numbers, divide is 2 numbers, multiply is 2 numbers, and subtract is 2 numbers. Yeah. So we should be able to use the same inputs for all of our actions. And I guess we can use the same output too. Instead of naming our outputs things like product for multiplication or sum for addition, we're just going to name the output result. Result. And this is going to be a number. We'll get the value from results. And now, here's where we're going to call our SOAP API. Grab this action. Under the business object dropdown, you'll see there's our 8-ball from earlier, and SOAP Web Services now has a calculator object underneath it. I'm going to click that, and here we can choose which of the actions we want to use. Here, the integer A is going to relate to our first number. Integer B is going to relate to our second number. And the output, add result, will go into result. Okay. And then let's connect this to this. And do that. Okay, so now we want to create a debug start stage. I'm going to use this multi-calc. So now we want to populate first number and second number. For adding, let's just do like 10 and 5. Let's actually pick inputs that will work for all of them. So we've got 10 plus 5 will be 15, 10 times 5 will be 50, 10 minus 5 will be 5, and 10 divided by 5 will be 2. So that should work for all of them. Call this debug start, simple inputs. And now I guess that should be it for making this work. Is that right? So let's set next stage here. Step. Okay, so our result is 15. And remember what this is doing. This is actually calling the auto-generated calculator object that is calling the SOAP web service. So this is actually calling out to the internet to some server somewhere that is processing our first number plus our second number and then giving us a result. And it happens that fast. Now let's actually duplicate this and we'll call this one subtract. We just want to change this action in here to call the subtract, and the inputs stay there because they named the inputs the same across the different methods in the API. So, except for subtract result. So we'll have to drag this in here. Okay. And let's just test that, make sure it works. 10 minus 5 is 5. And then we'll duplicate this one. Multiply. Again, we open this up and just change it to call multiply. We need to drag result into here. Okay. We'll test this one. 10 times 5 is 50. Duplicate, divide. We need to change the action stage to call divide. The output needs to go into results. And let's test this one, make sure it's working as well. And there we go. Now, we obviously haven't tested we haven't tested like the inputs here and the output here. And so we could do that with like some kind of test harness page or something. But we'll see that really quickly when we call it from the process. So let's go ahead and save this. Added basic actions using the SOAP web service in the system tab. Now, if you watched the 8-ball API section of this video before this, you remember that we created other actions to use the utility HTTP object instead of using the web service or whatever from the system tab. And there are times when you might need to do that. So I wanted to show you an example, even if it's a simple example, of how to do that with SOAP API. So I'm not going to publish this action because I don't want you to actually do this unless you know why you're doing it. But I'm going to call this like using HTTP object. Okay, let's manage pages. I'm going to stick this at the end. All right, so in here, we're going to replace this calling the SOAP API web service object, whatever, from the system tab that was auto-generated. And we're going to use the HTTP object instead. So let's go look for HTTP. I want this one. And this is from the core VBOs you can download from the Digital Exchange. Now, we need a few different things. I have actually created an environment variable through my testing a little bit ago, so I should probably show you that. Go over to System tab, Environment Variable, API. I created this environment variable, API, calculator API, base URL, and I put this into it. Where I got this value from is on the website. It's actually the same thing. This is where we are. I put this into the base URL. And probably in here somewhere it tells you that that's what the base URL is, or maybe that's just expected. Also, the WSDL is going to be basically that base URL, but it has $WSDL on the end of it. So you just take this part off, and there you have your base URL. Now, over here, just want to show you, I'm not going to be adding anything to the end of this. I'm going to be using this value directly. So when I go back over into the object and show you, I'm going to go to the initialize page here. I'm going to drag a data item on the page. I'm going to reference that environment variable, change exposure to environment, click the drop down for the name, scroll all the way up, find API, calculator API, base URL. I'm going to unhide it from other pages and click OK. Now I can use this anywhere in the object. So I'll go over here, and for my HTTP requests, going in here, go up to address URL, and I'm going to just pull this over, put it in there. In the 8-ball part of this video, I did show you how to like manipulate the text because you might need to. In this case, this is not going to change. Regardless of whether I'm doing multiply or add or anything, this is the same URL regardless. Okay, another thing we can go ahead and take care of is the method. I think for all SOAP APIs, it's just going to be post, but you can actually see it in here. If I go in and click add, scroll down a little bit, you can see it says post right there. I guess it could say others, but I think in SOAP, it's pretty much just always post, and that doesn't affect any functionality. Another thing we can see is content type right here, and we're going to put this in just a second. I want you to see it fail, and then I'll put that in, but I just wanted to point out, you can see it right here, content type XML. Okay, we're going to copy all of this text and go over to here. We are going to want to put this body into here, but we need to replace where you see int and int for our first number and second number. We're going to want to replace that. So I'm just going to put body here. And then I'm going to create a data item called body. And then I'm going to create a data item called body template. Body template. It's going to be text, and then we're going to paste that value. Oops. Okay, so body template, and I pasted that entire value that I got from the page. This is going to be the body that we need to send along with this API call. What we want to do though is replace this value right here with something, and this is just arbitrarily me choosing to type curly braces first number. It's just something that I can easily replace. Second number, like that. Click OK. And now I'm going to use a multi-calc. And here we're going to say, we're going to call this set body. We need to take the value that's in body template. Whoops, this is capitalized. Body template. We're going to set that directly into body. Then we're going to do another row and we're going to edit what's in body. Okay, so we're actually going to set all these into body. For the second one though, I'm going to open this up. And what we want to do is replace the value that we find in, nope. We're going to replace, because we're already setting body template into body. So now we can just get the value from body and replace anywhere we find first number. We're going to replace that with our input first number. And then we set that. Yeah, and then we set that value into body. Then we do it again. We can actually just go in here and copy this. Let's copy this. We go into the next row of the multi-calculation. And this time we want to replace second number with the second number. And then put that back into body. And then the HTTP request action stage is going to take the body and use it. In just a second, you'll see we're going to have to come back in and fill in the content type because it needs to know what kind of content this is. Is it JSON? Is it XML or whatever? Okay, and we are going to test this now. Set next stage, step, and here's our body. I'll just show you that it has replaced the values in here. Where it did say first number, it says 10. Where it said second number, it now says 5. And we step. I didn't put an output to this, did I? Output. We need to store the result somewhere, so we'll call this response content and status code. Not totally sure if the status code is going to be populated or not. We'll see. Okay, let's do this one more time. We actually need to move this up, make these a little wider, and then we will eventually want to put a value into results. Okay. So status code 415, and it says unsupported media type. Doesn't have any other information. You'd probably look that up and you would see, they would say, oh, you need to specify your content type. So that's what we're going to do. And again, it shows it right here. Content type, text XML. And you might have to set this as well, but I think we're going to test this and you'll see you don't have to set UTF-8. I think that must be assumed. So let's go into HTTP request. Content type, we will type text XML. And then that should be all that's required. I can just step over this one more time. And now it gives us a status code response of 200, and the response content should have what we want in it. Yeah, so this is XML, and inside here you got add results. Inside that element is 15. Now, I played around with this a little bit, and I was using an XML object. It's utility XML from the Digital Exchange, and I think that would work, but I ran into some problems, like you have to include the namespace when you're querying it with an XPath. It just got complicated, and so I decided to just not worry about that. And instead, we're just going to try to use string manipulation. You could also use regular expressions. That's perfectly fine. I thought we would just use some string manipulation to show you that it can be done. I've done this a number of times, and you might be like, well, Dave, that looks terrible, but it works, okay? So we first need to, before I do this actually, I want to check the status code. Decision. And I'm going to say status code equals 200. Status code, I'm going to trim it just in case, equals 200. If it does, that means that it was successful. If it does not, it was a failure. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. So if it was a failure, I would do something like this. Calculation failed. And then system exception, calculation failed. And this is tough to say. I think maybe it's safer to not do this, but I want to show you, like, theoretically you could do this if you were sure there's not going to be any sensitive data and no one will be offended by seeing like really technical error messages. So response content, and then you just put like response content here. And then I'm going to put some square brackets around it, something like that. And here's actually what that would look like though if something did go wrong. It's got a value in here, so let's pretend like this is a response we got that actually has an error message in it. Calculation failed, response content, it would have all this, and it would, if you email that, it would be in there, okay? So that's something to be aware of. Maybe you don't want to have all that in there. Okay, you could also use the XML object to strip the tags out or whatever, but I think this is fine. Now, we need to get the value. Let's copy all this, and I'm going to paste it up here so I can reference it. So we want to get this value out of here, right? That means that I could look for add results, or even this. I could look for the entire value here, and then I could take whatever is after it and before this. All right, so I'm editing this video, so I muted myself, and I'm going to talk over myself while you see me clicking around. What you're going to see in the background is me fixing, I think, the only error that I really had at this point, which is that I compared the status code text to a number 200, and I went in and fixed it by putting in double quotes around the number 200, and then that fixed the error. You're also going to see some other stuff on the screen right here, and I just wanted to mention that I tried creating a method of using string manipulation in the calculation stages to find out where the answer is in the XML and then extract it out. It would have worked, but I realized it was creating too many data items, so I just stopped and I just cleared it all out and kind of started over. So I just wanted to mention that. It might be slightly jarring that I'm going to jump to this next part, and you'll see me kind of figuring out a different solution. And I guess I should mention that this other solution is also a little bit convoluted, but I feel like it is less so compared to what I was going to do. Probably the right way to do this is using XML manipulation or regular expressions for real. I undid a little bit of some testing that I was just doing, and I want to kind of make this a little bit easier. So I don't know that I have anything I need to delete here. It looks fine. So we are going to use a sequence of calculation stages. You could do this in a multi-calc, but this way I can see each step. So the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to use this XML result node, which maybe I didn't show on screen creating, but there's a data item now called XML result node. It has add result in it. And for each different action, I would change that. So then I'm referencing a data item. Okay. I'm going to put this, I'm going to say extract, we'll just call this step 1. And my response content is where I want to get it out of. I know that the value comes right after add result. So I'm going to go left, response content. I'm looking for XML result node. So this would take everything from the left side of where we find XML result node. Let's see what that looks like. Test. Oh, left function. What am I doing? Okay, left. This. Oh, it needs a position number. So this actually needs to be like in string response content. Wherever we find this inside of response content, get the position number of that. And then take everything to the left of that number. Okay, let's do evaluate expression, test. Now what this did, as you can see, it went up to add results right here, and it took everything to the left. So what I want to actually add to this is like in string, we want to add the length of XML result node. Okay, right. So this goes to add result, and it even includes this angle bracket here at the end. I would have had to subtract 1 if I didn't want to include this, but I actually do want to include this. Now we're going to take this, we're going to replace in response content. We're going to replace all of that with nothing. So now it leaves us with the end. And then we just say, okay, step 1, I don't know. Actually, we'll put it into result. And then extract step 2. We want to take from the result, we want to find in string in results, where is the first like open angle brackets? That's going to be the end of the value. All right, we want to get the position number of that in it, and then we just take everything from the left. So left in result, like this. Okay, so let's step through this again. We might have this 1 or 2 off. Okay, so here's the response content. After extract step 1, oh, we have results. Okay, we can't do this. We have to go temp. We'll call this text. In extract step 1, we actually need to store into temp. And then in extract step 2, we need to take the value from temp. Okay, step, right. Well, now, wait a minute. That shouldn't be right. Cast 15. Okay, right. We need to go -1. And then it should work. Okay. Now, there are definitely better ways to do this. And I feel like what I probably will do when I edit this video, you may have seen this happen, is I kind of just glazed over this, showed you this is what I typed. Maybe that's what I'm doing now. Actually, it's probably what I'm doing. This is what I put for extract step 1, and I figure you'll just pause the video. This is what I did for extract step 2, and the concept there is that in the first one, I just went, okay, find me this value, add result, somewhere in the response content, and I want you to take everything from, like including that, and to the left of it, replace that with nothing, so that I end up with a value like this, which is like the end of the entire response. Then for extract step 2, I'm looking for the first sort of like open angle bracket, and then just take what's to the left of that and don't include it, so that when I ended up at the end, I have a result of 15. So now I could do different inputs and it should still work. Like I could do 345. And if we step through this again, it doesn't matter how many digits are in the number, it should still work. Get result 355. So that I kind of apologize for glazing over that, but I don't think you should do this anyways. And I think if you're going this far to implement something, you probably need to be familiar with doing regular expressions or XML searches. And that would be a better way to handle it than what I just did. I just figured I'd show you how I, for now, solved it. But I don't, and honestly, this would work forever. So I don't know that there's really any problem with this. But if somebody else wanted to come in and maintain this expression, like they may not totally understand the point of this. I might need to explain it up here. So that is how you'd call a SOAP API, by using the HTTP object. And I did show you everything that I would do here to fully make it work. You probably want a little exception handling down here potentially, but I think this would probably always work. If it gets past this point, then it's going to be exactly in the same format you've always expected, unless the API changes, in which case it failing is fine. So just to review, we implemented a SOAP API by going to the System tab and over to SOAP Web Services, and we just basically imported it, automatically generated an object that we could use. We didn't have to do any effort to create it like we did with the Web API. And then we went into Object Studio. We created some actions here. The benefit of this is so that later on you can change how these actions are implemented. Maybe today it calls this SOAP API, but tomorrow it calls a Web API, or you realize you can use calculation stages to add things or whatever. And so you change how it works in here. But then processes that use these actions continue to work. And then I did show you, you could use the HTTP object if you really want to, but I think I would avoid that for SOAP APIs. Really, I would avoid that even for Web APIs, REST APIs, because it is cleaner to just call that. And then in here, you could do some validations or whatever you want to do. One more thing I didn't actually show you when doing the SOAP API is I didn't actually show you calling it from the process. So we can go do that. This is the same process that I used for the 8-ball. I'm just going to let that run when we run this again. I'm going to drag over an action stage, and we're going to call our object that we created. So this is something to be aware of. From the process, I would avoid calling SOAP Web Services, anything in here. Instead, create a separate object that in that object will handle calling the web service over here. So I'm going to call API Calculator API. I'm going to put in a number, just something random. We'll put our results over like this. Okay, so that's add. Put our results over here. And we'll reuse that same result each time, I think. We'll use divide now. Let's divide 6 by 3. Copy this. And we'll change this to multiply. We'll multiply 5 times 8. This last one, we will subtract 20 minus 8. Let's connect all these in. And I'm just going to step over these. So the first one you can ignore because that was from the 8-ball API. But we'll show that it still works. So we're pretending like this is your process and you're doing different things. And at some point, you need to call the calculator API. So you call it to add something. It did whatever calculation we did, got a result of 7. Divide, we got 2. Multiply, 40. subtract, and we get 12. So that's how you'd call it from a process. How you handle it doesn't matter for this. There's no authentication to deal with or anything. So you could just call this whenever you need to. And the only thing you have to worry about is things like rate limiting or whatever. So you're not calling the API too often. So that was how to call the SOAP API and all the things that I would do along with it. This section of the video is going to be for what I'd consider a more real world scenario. And we're actually going to test with a real API, not just like a fake one like the previous two sections. The 8-ball and the calculator are both kind of silly examples. There's no real business requirement for that. So in this section, what I'm going to do instead is we are going to use the HubSpot API, and it's a real REST API that people actually use in their businesses. Now, the likelihood you're going to come across needing to call HubSpot, that's pretty low, but you want to use some of the same concepts. So this uses like kind of real world looking data, even though it's fake data that I'll be using. It uses some of the same kind of techniques that we saw in the 8-ball API as far as like how a REST API works. So it'll look kind of similar, but this will also give you another example of me doing it in case the first example isn't quite what you're looking for. The other thing is that this requires authentication. I had to use a private access token, which is similar to an API key. I'll be including that in this section of the video. Let's start by going to the HubSpot API documentation. This is something that during this section of the video, as I'm recording this, I am going to have to figure out a few things because I haven't fully done it. And one thing I will do is show you that I am going to create a private access token. And let me go log into my account. So I'm about to click on this link to log into HubSpot. It's what, like app.hubspot.com login or something. If you don't have a HubSpot account, which surely you don't, unless you watched my one object per screen video and created one then, it is free. So you can use any Gmail account. And I actually would just recommend you just use your Gmail account to do it. I'm going to sign in to HubSpot as my personal email account. All right. So I chose my Google account. I signed into HubSpot with that Google account. And now here it is. It might ask you some extra questions when you sign up and stuff, but honestly, you can just choose whatever you want and it should get you to essentially the same place. Now, this is where it brings me when I first log in. When I did my one object per screen video, I used inside of CRM, I used contacts, companies, and tickets. And we're going to do the same thing today, though I may not actually use all of them, especially because they're probably very similar to each other. And so just doing one of them using the API is going to be good enough. Now, what you want to do once you have your HubSpot account created and you've logged in, we're going to have to create a private app to be able to access this stuff by API. What you would want to do is go to settings, and then down here on the left, you hit the drop down for integrations and then click private apps. Now, I have a private app already here, but I'm going to leave that there and we're going to actually create a new one. I think that I'm allowed to create a second one. So I want you to be able to see the steps that I go through. And by the time that you see this, I will have deleted this private app. So you don't have to worry about that. Dave, people are going to grab your API key or whatever and use it. That's our private access token, but they won't be able to do that. So I'm going to click create private app. And here, appetizing horse, that doesn't seem, let's get a new name. Okay, irate carpet, delicious oxygen. What are these names? Okay. Not a terrible name. That's what we're going to call it. And you could upload a logo, give it a description, but I'm not going to. What we want to do is go over to scopes, essentially permissions. We need to give this private app that we're creating access to our data in our account. This is going to be different from if you're implementing calling APIs in Blue Prism. Probably you as a Blue Prism developer are not going to be doing this part. This is going to be behind the scenes and it's going to be different based upon every application. Somebody is going to give you access to call the API though. And so they're going to be doing something like this and it will look completely different though. But they're going to go in and determine what kind of permissions that you need. And there are a bunch of permissions in here. So I'm going to just search for them. I'm looking for companies because I have already identified these are the screens I want to work with. If you haven't seen my object per screen video, then that shows the screens I'm talking about. So I'm just going to check read and write for everything that comes up whenever I search for these different things. You probably want to be careful with it normally, but none of this data is actually real. Tickets. Okay, 2 of them are already selected, so I'll just select this last one. And then contacts. Okay, here I'm going to check all of these. And I don't know what these are, but they came up when I searched for contacts. So just because I don't, what is this? Your account doesn't have access to the scope. Okay, that's fine. So I'm certain that I didn't need to check all of those, but because they came up when I searched for these, I'm just adding it. And for real, you would not want to provide every single permission that you ever can. You want to limit it to specifically the scope that's needed. It's the principle of least privilege, and so you never want to over provide permissions. Now that I've got that done, I'm going to click Create App, and it says you're about to create a new private app. This will generate an access token that can be used to view or update your HubSpot account data. Be sure to only share this token with those you trust. Now you're going to see this token. Again, I will have invalidated this by the time that you see it. Continue creating. All right, so show token. Here's what it looks like. I'm just showing you the full thing because I want you to be able to see exactly what it looks like so that you know what you're looking for when you're working on, your own, if you go to do this yourself. So I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to paste it somewhere. If you're doing this for real in Blue Prism, the place where you do this is to go to Blue Prism Credential Manager and create a credential there to use this. And we probably could go ahead and do that now, actually. Let's open up Blue Prism, go to the System tab. This is if you have access to this in your environment. Maybe you'll have access to this in the development environment, but maybe not in higher ones. So maybe somebody else has to create it for you. So we'll just call this like HubSpot API credentials. And then the type, I think we're going to go with bearer token. We'll paste this in here. And access rights, I'm just going to give all the resources. And I'm not getting into this right now. I'm just going to select everything that's out of the scope of this video. I'm not going to be talking about that. And if it needed to expire, I could choose that, but I'm not going to here. Click OK. So now I've got it saved there. Now we could go straight over to Postman, and let's get rid of this old stuff that we have from earlier testing. I'm going to create a new request. Now, our problem here is, what is the URL? We got to figure that out. We know about our private access token though, so I'll show you where to put that, and we can do that before even putting in this URL. I'm going to go over to the authorization tab, and there's a type. We want to change this to, I think technically this is an API key, or it's not an API key. I don't know. I'm going to click on bearer token though, because this will work. I have to remember if this works properly, but I'm going to do that. And we can look at the documentation to see how the authentication works for sure, but I think that this should work. So we've got the authorization in there. We are going to do a get call for our first try, and that means we won't need a body. So we've got selected none, and ideally we don't want to have to use any query parameters. So the only thing we need is a URL. This might be a bit of a difficulty to find that. Okay, close this. HubSpot API docs. APIs, authentication methods. We can actually go to the authentication methods first, because that is important to understand first. And I'll scroll down. You'll see that there's 2 ways to authenticate. There's OAuth, which quite frankly, I still need to learn. And I'm a bit unsure how that would work. In the case of an unattended automation, I'm not exactly sure how that would work, because it's supposed to require a consent screen to pop up, and the user chooses to give consent for the application to use their access. So I'm not 100% sure. I think this would be an attended automation. I don't know. For unattended automations, if you have this as an option, then I think this is a good idea. We can use private access tokens instead, which is what we just retrieved. And this is what it will look like. So in Postman, we did our authorization as a bearer token. So it will take our private access token, put it in here like this, and then it will put bearer right in front of it. And then this is actually an example of a URL that we would call. I guess up to this point, for contacts. And incidentally, we do want to call contacts. Now, I'm going to have to figure out where the rest of the documentation is. It tells me the rest of these endpoints. I haven't found that yet. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this though, and we're just going to test it and make sure it works. So copy this, go over to Postman, paste it into here, and let's just see if it works. Remember, we've got authorization, bearer, we've got our private access token, and send. Okay, so it worked. Now, there is some sample data in my account. It says results, and we've got first name Brian, last name Halligan. It says sample contact. And then there is Maria Johnson is another sample contact. So I only have 2 contacts listed there at all. Let's do a little bit of playing around to see if we can find out where the other ones are. If there's a version 3 for the API, which is what we can assume, we can see CRM version 3. Let's go to HubSpot in the UI. Okay, if I go to CRM contacts, then here they are. These are the same ones that we just saw in the response to the API call. We can also go to companies, and you can see it's also in objects in CRM. Well, now that's interesting. I just clicked companies, but it says contacts. So it looks like companies is actually just a version of contacts, but maybe there's a companies table. So let's just go back over to here, and we're just going to try this. I don't advise you to do this normally, but I can't find the API documentation. So let's try companies and do send. Okay, so it worked. There's only one company. You can see that in the UI, HubSpot. So the company name should say HubSpot in here, and it does. So name HubSpot. So this is working. Now let's try tickets. Let's just change this to tickets. Let's see if that works. Tickets works too. Okay, so they did make it relatively simple there. All I had to do was change the word at the end of this to call a different endpoint, and now that works. The problem with this is I don't know what all kinds of things you can do. What I need to do now is find out, like, how do I create tickets? How do I update tickets? What's the format for those messages? What does the JSON body need to look like? I don't know. So we need to look around and find that. Let's go back on this. We've already figured out the authentication. We know how that works. API integration guides. This looks helpful. Where's the documentation? API reference docs. I click on this. It's just taking me back up here. It's linking me to Wikipedia now. API documentation, reference docs, and integration guides. The endpoint sections list each endpoint and its parameter. Okay, where is this? All API reference docs include an overview section and an endpoint section. The API overview includes a brief summary of its functionality, use cases, and any special considerations for creating an integration. What? Am I supposed to just search? Like, I can't just click. Let me just search for it. Let's try that. Let's go contacts. CRM API contacts. Endpoints. Here's what we want. Okay. We're doing better now. So this is for, yeah, why would there not be a link to this? That's insane. What in the world? This page is kind of hard to read. This is actually pretty bad. This is quite genuinely a terrible organization for a page. Okay, so what we can learn from this, though, is that sometimes you'll come across documentation that just looks actually awful and confusing. I think this has everything we need, though. So let's just find something else that we can test. So let's see here. Post, update a batch of contacts. I don't want batch, though. Batch means if you are handling multiple items at once, and I don't want that. Oh, here we go. Endpoints on this page. Basic. Here we go. Here we go. List. Okay. So we got, this is how you, okay, this is the one we tested, I think. This is how you list contacts. And then you create contacts by doing a post. Does this create more than one? Create a contact with the given properties and return a copy of the object, including the ID, documentation examples for creating. Okay, cool. We just need to know what parameters it wants. Oh my. So let's do this. Let's test this one. Here's a read. we're going to just, actually, it looks like I can just take this and put it right on the end here. Okay, we need a contact ID. We'll go with contact ID. Oh, here. Let's do contacts again. Send this. Okay, we got Brian. Where's his ID? Okay, so here's his contact ID. Now we'll just test retrieving just Brian. So right now we have Brian and Maria are both getting retrieved. I'm putting in Brian's ID and retrieving that. So you can see here, it just returned a single one by returning Brian. And then we need to test at least something else. So let's go find like an update. Okay, here's update. So if you wanted to update somebody's information, so I think maybe you actually provide something like this as the body, and each of these are fields, and this is the value that you update it to. So let's go see if our contacts have anything that makes sense to update. Oh, like their email address. So when I called that, okay, here we go. Let's try updating just the email address. So we need up until now, all we've done is get, but now we're going to use put. Which one did it say? This says it is update is a patch, and you don't have to understand that. You just see that the documentation says to do an update, you need to do patch, and this is what you're going to call. So I'm going to go in here. We're going to change this to patch. We've got our authorization still there. We're going to go to the body. We want to change his email address. We're going to go with raw. I'm going to set this to JSON. You could try other things as well, but this is probably going to work. I need to go back over to the website though, and we want to copy this out just to make sure I'm understanding this format properly. Okay, in here, I'm going to paste all of that. I'm going to delete most of it. Yeah. So what I want to do is just see if this works. I'm going to go email and say test@test.com. That's Brian's new email address. I don't know if this will work. We have our authorization though. We are calling this, we're doing patch, and we gave it a field name that exists in his data. Now this is inside of properties, so I think this is going to fail. No properties found to update. Yeah. So let me go back and change this. It looked like it was inside of a field called properties. Properties like this. And I think this might work, maybe. Like this. So we've kind of got it nested inside of here. Let's see if that works. Okay. It appears as though it worked. Now what we got to do is go back and retrieve his data. So let me expand this out. We want to get, should be the same ID. Yeah, it ends in 36. So we're going to go over here, send this to retrieve his data. Yeah, so now Brian's email address is now test@test.com. So now we know how to do an update. Even if you're not sure what's going on just yet here, and you're like, okay, how does that help us? I'm going to take this stuff once I've made sure that I know how to do these things, and I'm going to go into Blue Prism and run them there. I wonder if I could add, I'm not sure how to create. Yeah. All right. So I don't know for sure how to create any contacts. I definitely can see this here, and I see that it gives me like sort of a sample of what that needs to look like. I'm just not convinced, but let's try it, you know? Oh, this is additional properties. I'm a little bit confused what it wants me to do here. If I just do post contacts and I don't provide anything at all, what happens? Let's just test out. We're going to change this to post. So this is how you would create. I'm going to take this off. Based upon this, I am calling the right place. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to fail because this says I think this is required, but I want to see what error it's going to give me. If I call this right URL, I'm calling post, I have my authorization, and I'm just going to send this. Validation error, the request body may not be null. If I make a body, we set this to raw JSON. How did I do this before? When there was properties, when I did, let's see, I did patch properties like this. So let's try this. And when we create a contact, maybe it is similar. Raw JSON, paste that in here. And we'll go email like, does this work at test.com? I don't see how that's possible, but okay. So it worked. And now if I go into the user interface, there's going to be somebody who doesn't have a first and last name, but they have an email address. Yep. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, their name is the email address. Okay, that's fair. Or maybe it's just like defaulting to preview it there. So, okay, so now we at least know some basics about how to create. We can read, we can update, but we haven't deleted yet. So let's just go test that. Now, deleting always makes me nervous. Let's go down, find delete. So there's read, update, delete's probably right after this. There it is. This is archive. Okay, maybe you can't actually fully delete something until you do like I saw there's a GDPR delete down here somewhere. This is to permanently delete a contact. So if somebody requested that you remove their data from your database, you do GDPR delete to, and it probably like fully deletes completely. We won't do that. I wonder if you can unarchive. In this case, we're just going to pretend like this delete is like final. You can notice again that we are essentially calling the same endpoint, but we do need to provide a contact ID and our method is delete. So let's go over here and do that. Change this to delete contacts. We'll do slash. I don't want to delete this. Let's go to our get and run this. Okay, here's our test at test.com. That's Brian. We have Maria. Let's get this person who doesn't really have a name. This does this work email person. Let's get that person's ID. Go back over to the most recent one. No. Okay, we'll just change this. Delete. We want to put that ID at the end of it. So 27 is the one we're okay with deleting. And then we have our authorization. I think the body is unnecessary, for a delete, because all you need to do is tell them the ID and you need to be authorized and the method is delete, so it should just work. So now when I run this, it says 204, no content, but that means it successfully processed what we were trying to do, but it's not returning anything to us. Normally what it would do is return an object that contains all the data about that person, but since that no longer exists, there's nothing to return. So let's go back over to the UI and make sure that person's gone. Yep, so it automatically got deleted and they're gone. All right, I think we know enough now about the HubSpot API to be able to continue. So just in case I decided to remove a lot of that testing, I've been recording for this HubSpot part for about 39 minutes now. And so I've been just kind of proofing out how things work. What I've decided to do, I eventually found the documentation. So here is the documentation for the API. It was actually like not that hard to find, but it wasn't as easy as I would like it to be. So there's I hate how the documentation looks in this website, but you don't always get what you want. I scrolled down until I found create, update, create, read, update, and delete. And I'm just going to use this for contacts right now. So I have these two contacts in my account, which these are just fake people. But I found create, and it says to do a create, it tells me what the relative path is that I need to do. So in right here in Postman, this is at my base URL, like something like to here, let's say. And then you append to that CRM version 3 objects contacts, and then you do a bunch of different things. So what I found through the documentation here is that I can, this is honestly a little confusing, but I found out how to create an item, create a person, and it turns out to be relatively simple, but man, you got to study this page to figure it out. And I'll show you what that looks like. When you find yourself in this same kind of scenario, just give yourself time, okay? Don't expect to solve it in an hour. Don't expect to solve it today, especially if you're new to APIs. Give yourself time to read over as much of this as you can before you fall asleep, and then just start testing things or ask people for help or guidance or whatever. And if you're just alone trying to figure this out, then just like I was saying, just slowly read through this, try to figure out what it means, do a little bit of testing, because that's what I've done for the last like 40 minutes. So I'm going to show you making different actions across the different CRUD operations: create, read, update, and delete. I'll come back and forth between the documentation and Blue Prism to show you how I do that. And I just wanted to point out that this is where I found the documentation. I read this a bunch, and that's how I found out how to do this. I did not already know this, and I was kind of frustrated for a few minutes until I finally realized how to do it. So I'm going to go into Blue Prism, and we're going to go to the System tab. I'm going to go to Objects and to Web API Services. Click Add Service. Here, I'm going to name this HubSpot API. And then the base URL I got from, well, actually the base URL I had to find in a random place in the documentation. So wherever that was, I'm going to copy this part. This is the base URL. I'll paste this in here, api.hubapi.com. And I guess I could just take off the /. Then what we want to do is, let's see. Now this is where this could actually be helpful to have like these common parameters and headers and stuff. In this case, I think we will actually use the common authentication. Authentication type, none. It says bearer token is one of the options. So you could do basic for, like, you could point to a credential. It would use the username and password. But I'm going to go to bearer token and then hit the drop down on credential and choose HubSpot API credentials like we created a few minutes ago. And what this should do is go retrieve the bearer token from there and include it automatically in every single API call that I do to the website. Meaning that in all these actions down here, I just don't even have to deal with that. The process doesn't even have to deal with that. The token itself doesn't even have to be exposed to the process. So let's try that first and see if we can get it to work. I think that it will, but there's a chance that it won't. If it doesn't work, I will come back and update this to work differently. But right now I don't know until I've created an action to test it with. So we're going to uncheck this exposed to process, and then we'll go down to actions. And let's call this first one. Let's do something simple like get all. And back over here, this is actually going to be in the documentation up here. Yeah, so this is like to, okay, read a page of contacts. Okay, we'll actually call it list like it says here. List. And the description is list all contacts, or at least a page of contacts. I don't know how that's going to work yet. I'm going to leave this enabled. Parameters, there is no parameters for this. The request, here's where we just got to put the relative or partial path. Remember that we have this as the base URL. And then I'm going to go get what the documentation says is the partial. So I'll grab this and we'll paste it down here into URL path. CRM version 3 objects contacts. There's no body content for a get. Don't need anything for headers. Don't need anything for response. That can be all just default. Click OK on this. And let's actually go test that one. Let's just make sure it works before we go too far with this. Go to Studio. We're going to create an object. We'll call this API HubSpot API. I don't know about that naming convention, by the way. I'm just trying to stick to similar to what I've done before. Next, open the business object. You should always put a description. This is a test object. Nobody else is going to use this but me. The first thing I'm going to do in this object is go to the initialize page, open up the properties stage here, and go to the information tab, change run mode to background, and then also go to code options, and let's change the language to C# because Visual Basic is gross. Let's see, let's go ahead and connect this, check for errors. We'll do repair all. Okay, now we're ready to go. Let's drag an action stage on here. And we want to call that HubSpot API object that's in the web services group. And the only action we've got is list right now. The output, I'm going to choose response content, spit that out. Response headers I don't want, but HTTP status code I do want. Put those over here. Let's connect this in and let's see if it works. So theoretically, we have put our credential into Credential Manager. Let's just make sure that's there. It's here. We have taken that token we got out of the HubSpot website. It gave it to us. We stuck it right here. There's nothing but the token in there. So the word bearer is not in there or anything. I'm expecting Blue Prism to automatically add that, but we'll see if it does. And I've given everything access to this, but that may not be what you want to do. Now back in the object, I'm going to step over this and see if it works. Okay, status code of 200, and the response content looks like this. All right, so this is giving us the correct information. We have Brian and Maria. This is just working right off the bat. Honestly, I did not expect that to work. I thought I was going to have to go figure something out, and it was going to take me half an hour. The first thing I want to do is go ahead and just implement the basic strategy, which is to check for my HTTP status code to be equal 200. Status code equal to 200, question mark. Drag this over here. I'm going to put trim around it just in case. Equals, and then for text 200 because it's going to compare it as text, not a number. If it does not equal 200, then I want an error message. Because this deals with people's information, in this case, I'm actually not going to include the response content in the error message. So we'll just say like list action failed. System exception, list action failed. Now, I think what I would want to do is come back and figure out some way that I can add to this to make it more clear what went wrong. But this might just be something, because we're dealing with people's information, is why I'm hesitant to include anything like that in the error message. Like, oh, the response content we got instead of what we expected was, and just stick it in there. And that could be people's names and phone numbers and stuff like that. We just want to avoid that. So I'm going to leave it like this for now, but that will create a problem for troubleshooting. It will be harder. All right, so now once we've validated this response content is just in JSON format. And while this is super hard to read right here, it won't be once I convert it to a collection. So let's grab an action stage and business object. We want to search for JSON. Okay, sometimes you see how it's not searching for this. I think it's the first time in every object instance. Every time you open an object, the first time you go to search in here, it's not going to search anything. So you just want to select anything in here. It could be like calculator here. And then I can search for JSON, and then it will find it. And then I think all future times while you have that object open, it will automatically search like that when you type something in. So I want to convert JSON to collection. First, let's do this. We're not going to do JArray just yet, but I want to show you in case it comes up. I don't know if it will. Response content, and then we want to write out to, we can write out to result. That's fine. Probably want to call this results, actually. Let's create another one, and I'll delete the result one. This is going to be multiple things. Although result might make more sense if it's nested data in there. We'll find out. See what this looks like. Okay, so you see we've only got one row, but obviously we've got two contacts inside of the contacts area of HubSpot. So we actually expect two results. The reason we only have one though, is that this is actually like a results collection. So we don't necessarily care about this, right? We don't care about retrieving this part of the data. We want what's inside that. If I click into this, then you'll see it's got a JSON array. And this is something that we can actually totally ignore as well. So let's do two things. We'll do it in steps, actually. I won't do them both at the same time. First thing we can do, you can see that, let's see, we actually might have to output to result first. Let's do that. We'll output to result here. And then once we have that, let's actually do it. So we've got the result here. Inside of result is results. First, we're getting the collection into result because it's kind of like one sort of group of data. And so it's sort of one group. So it's a single thing. So I'm going to call that result. What I want to change now, though, is instead of using JSON to collection, we want to get rid of this J array or JSON array that's inside of here, because it's kind of like, you can see this is a row and this is a row. Well, you might wonder like, well, why isn't it just field, 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 like column, 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 and then you can reference them? And the answer is like, you can. So we're just going to change to use the other action. So instead of JSON to collection, we want JSON to collection, skipping J array. Click OK. And now let's do this again. So now it's going to take, we'll actually reset so you can see that. We'll call this again, get the list, status code 200. We're converting this JSON into a collection. And now the first level should look the same. So this is our results with row 1 of 2 in it. We click into this though, and now instead of a J array like level, now we have specifically the data that we're working with. And this is row by row for each person. So the next thing I want to change is to add a calculation stage that will extract the results out of here. Remember that the collection has a field called results. So we're going to say result dot results, and we're going to set that into results. Now you could overwrite it, put it here. That would be fine too. I just want to separate them into two different collections. Extract results. And I put them into two separate collections, then you can see the difference. Did it just run that? That was weird. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so now we have a collection on this side that says results, and a collection on this side that has those results extracted and put directly into a collection. So it's like it took this field's data, pulled it out, put it into a collection of its own, and so now we can reference it like results.id or results.properties or whatever. Let's see, if we go into here, where is the person's name? Okay, so their names are inside of the properties. So this is actually something that we would want to consider. So we could extract it one further time. We could loop over this collection and pull the properties out, and that would represent each person. But I think the process is capable of going into results for a row and then going into the properties, and you would reference it like this. You'd say, like when it gets back to the process level, you'd say results dot properties dot, let's see, what is there? Like first name. Whoop, can I type in here? First, let's go back. Okay, here we go. First name, like that. And that's how you'd reference it. So you're on a certain row of results, you reference its properties and down into its first name, and it'll work fine like that. So I'm going to click OK, and here you don't need this collection anymore. So again, when you extract the results, you could extract it right on top of this itself. And so let's do that. I'm going to get rid of this collection. When we go from JSON to collection, we will put the results directly into results. And then when we extract the results, we will take it out of results, put it into results. So we're sort of taking this nested collection and bringing it up one level and inserting it back over top of itself. Let's test that. Okay, so it's going to convert the JSON to a collection. This is what it looks like, right? So we have to click down into the data. We're going to extract the data out and overwrite it. So now the collection looks like this. This is something that's a lot easier to work with, and I would probably output just like this. Results, and this is going to be a collection. We're getting the value from results. Click OK, and now this action is essentially done. I do need to rename it though. List. It occurs to me now that we might want to have different ones for contacts and stuff. So let's name this. For now, we'll just name this list contacts in case we decided to combine contacts and companies and stuff like that into the same object. It might be best to have them separated into different objects, but I don't think they would be that big of a deal to combine them together because contacts and companies are almost exactly the same thing. You'd have separate actions for them though. You'd have list contacts and a separate action for list companies. Let's go ahead and publish that. And now we have our first working action. We want to go over to the System tab and go to Web API Services, open up our HubSpot API, and now we can create the other actions we want to deal with. So let's create the names of them. Add action, we'll name this create, update. Oh, no. So let's do create, read, update, and this one will be delete. All right, back up for create. We know that we will need a parameter, and I would say to keep this level as similar to the API as possible. So you might be tempted to have a parameter of like first name for a person, but you would then like, I don't even know if that's possible actually. Yeah, I don't think you could do that here. I think you're going to have to make this as similar to the API as possible. So we're going to call this like, oh, you know what? This is actually create contact. Let me delete that. This is actually create contact right here. Create contact, read contact, update contact, and delete contact. Again, you could separate this and probably should. You know what? Let's do it. I think that'd be a good practice. HubSpot API contacts. And then the base URL should actually specify contacts. So let's go, well, I guess we could leave it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's fine. So this is going to be for contacts, and we'll just do all the actions specifically for contacts so we don't have to have the name contact in it. Okay, like this. Then when we do create, I was actually initially thinking I would need like an ID or something. I don't know what I was thinking earlier. We need an input of whatever it is that we use to create stuff with. So I think for now, we will just do name. And when we did get before, they have properties of email and first name and last name. So let's do those three. Email, first name, last name. It's all lowercase and there's no spaces or underscores or anything like that. So for create, let's go with, I think we can do spaces here, can't we? Let's do it. So we want first name. This is going to be text. This is the input parameters that the action is going to provide whenever, you know, the process or the object calls this. So we're going to expose this. We don't want an initial value. Last name, text, expose, and email address. Text, expose. All right, and then in the request, we need to go get what that is. Go to the documentation, go down to create, and we're just going to copy this for the partial path. Paste that. This will get combined with here. It'll get a slash at the end and then the rest of it. This is no longer a get method. So let's look here. It says it's a post. You should never try to assume this though. Like even if you have knowledge of it, you shouldn't be like, oh, this is definitely, you know, a post or a put or a patch, whatever. You can't assume that. Technically, if the API developers wanted to make this a get, they could do that. Even though get makes no sense for a create, if they chose to do it, they could. It just would violate like conventions and stuff. So let's change this to post. Okay, so now that matches, that matches. Here our body content. This is where we're going to give that information for what needs to be created. I actually haven't done this in a while. Do I want template? Yeah, I think template is what I want. And then we are going to use those parameters. I need to go to Postman though, find where I did post before, and copy this JSON. I'm going to go back over, paste that in here. And so now I'm just going to go like this. Oh, wow. I don't like that the tabbing doesn't work very well. There we go. First name. It looks like, what I don't know is if we need to put quotation marks here or if we should just put first name. I'm actually not sure what it expects. I think we want a comma at the end of this. And then last name. If this is wrong, then we'll just come back and fix it. Last name, comma, and then email, and we want to put our parameter, email address. So just to point back to it, these parameters we created here, exactly as they're spelled right here, this is how we want to spell it inside of square brackets. And this part is going to get replaced with whatever value is passed in from the processor object. This has to be spelled exactly like the API expects it to be spelled. And then we should be good to go there. I'm not going to provide any headers, and I'm not going to change the response. This is something you could do. You could use JSON path. You could write custom code in here. I just personally prefer not to. I don't know if this is going to work. I think we should go ahead and test it because I want to know if this is the right way to do this so I don't keep doing it wrong. Let's go back over to the object, and we are going to, do we duplicate this? I think we can. Let's call this, oh, that's the other thing. We actually need to update this to have a new name. So this is going to be API, HubSpot API contacts specifically. And then if we ever wanted to have one for companies, then we would just do API, HubSpot API companies. Now that it's named contacts, I can rename this to be list. And we know that that has to deal with contacts. Let me go ahead and save it. I should have put like a better save summary, but I just want to save it really quick. And now you can see the rename of it. And then this now makes sense. So let's duplicate this and call it create. Now this is going to need some input parameters and we will create those. But first, let's just make sure that this even works. Change this. Okay, we're going to have to reset. We need to go find the newly renamed HubSpot API contacts. Here's list, and now it has all of the actions. Most of them don't function though, so I'm going to click on create right now, and we want to use some data items, last name, email address, and we do want, I think we want a response content, output, and HTTP status code. This pop-up error you can ignore when it says like, oh, this conflicts with this stage, please choose another. It's saying, I didn't create this data item you were trying to create, and that's fine with me. I actually just wanted it to put the text in there, and then the existing data item will get used. I've just gotten used to like clicking that, ignoring the error message because it's doing what I want. This didn't get renamed. I wonder why not. That's interesting. So let's just change this to create. Oh, it's because the entire name of the thing is different now. HubSpot API contacts create. All right, we've still got our status code. That should still work. And then this isn't list action. This is create action. Whoops. Create action. We need some data items for our inputs. Let's go ahead and just create those over here. First name, last name, create it, and email address, text, create it. Let's click OK, and now it created these. Last name, email address. Okay. Now it will pass the inputs into here when called from the process or whatever. And then this will take these in and pass them to the web API objects, which will process them, create the thing by calling the API, get a response back. The HTTP status code will be here. We'll check that. If it's right, then we will convert the response content to something. This part we're unsure about. We're not sure how that's going to work yet. So let's do a debug start. We'll call this Dave for the first name, and last name, the RPA guy. Last name, email address is Dave the RPA guy. Uh-oh, I can't spell this. There's too many letters. Who came up with that? rpaguy.com. And this is going to be email address. Debug start Dave. Okay, so let's set next stage. I think there's a fair chance this works. What do you think? Place your bets. Here we go. Oh, no. Oh, unsupported media type. Okay, right. So I think when we do it in here, I chose JSON here. So I think in Blue Prism, I just need to tell it that this is JSON. So we might be able to do this in common headers, but I'm not sure if that makes sense. So in create, we'll actually just put it down here. So underneath create, underneath this request, we will put content type, and this will be application JSON. You can look up the different content types that exist out there. I'm pretty sure this is what it wants because we're providing JSON. Okay. Let's go back in. Let's reset. Try this again. Invalid input JSON. Unrecognized token. Dave was expecting JSON string number array object token null true or false. What could be happening here, maybe, is that like I mentioned, I might need to put like quotation marks around this. I don't know how this works. I'm sure if I just looked at a tutorial on doing this in Blue Prism, then I would know. Oh, I didn't even realize I did that with the email address. Inconsistency. All right, let's do OK and see if it works now. Hey, status code of 201. All right. Now I don't know if 201 is always what it's going to return, because this one returned 200, right? Please visit System Manager to check the object installed announcement. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's go find HubSpot API contacts list. We want the response content to go in there. HTTP status code. Okay, now we can test that. Okay, so list returns a 200. And for some reason, create returns a 201. I'm sure people who know more than me will know why that is. It's possible that 201 literally means like success and created or something. But for now, I'm going to make it equals. What you could also do is starts with 2. Let's just do that. Starts with missing something. Starts with 2. Okay, so if it's 201, it's true. If it's 205, it's true. If it's 305, it's false. If it's 105, it's false. 205, true. Okay, so this way, I can't mess up. It could be status code 200, it could be status code 201. I don't care, because anything in the 200s means it was successful. Let's say status code 200 to 299. And that looks good. Now, the response that we got back when we created it is, it looks like it is, woo, I can't read that. So let's just go ahead and convert it. And we're probably not going to have an output from this. We'll have to think about whether we want to output this or not. I'll explain why in just a second. Okay, results. So we've got a single row, and inside this, it's got properties. Okay, I'm going to say that we will output from this. And the reason is that if you are trying to process something, like you're creating an entry, and then you want to make absolutely certain that you have gotten the correct one, we at least need to output something. Like if you go pick up that entry right afterward, you want to make sure you're getting the right one. Theoretically, if 2 people are created with the name of Dave in a similar time frame, or even the same email address in a similar time frame, you want to make sure you're getting the actual exact right account. So I think one thing we could do, you know what? Let's do what the standard practice is. We're going to return the ID of the person. So instead of returning the entire object, because they can just go do the read object to get the entire object. Yeah. Let's do extract ID. This is going to be in results. It's not nested in this case, so I can just do results.id. Results.id. And let's just call this ID. I think this needs to be a text data item, even though it is technically a number. And then we will output ID. And we can just assume that that is basically, that's contact ID. This is going to be a text data type. And now I should be able to do this. It pulls out the person's ID and then passes it out the output. We've got our inputs, right? Yep. Okay, so this action should be done. I want to rename this decision stage. It's bothering me. Let's go status okay, question mark. That's probably easier to read. Oh man, that looks a lot better. Let's publish this and let's go do our next action. Okay, so we want to do read. I believe we can just go grab this. It's the same URL path. Request, paste this in here. We'll just go glance at it. I know that it is going to be get, but just to show you, like I always check the documentation just to make sure. For read, it is right here and it's a get. So you can actually see, oh, you know what? Yeah, I should actually just copy here. That would have been smarter, just in case it's different. I don't know why it would be. We're going to paste in here. And this format's a little off, I think, for what we need in Blue Prism. So we need to put square brackets here. And I'm going to name this with a capital C and with a space. You can judge me if you want to. Okay, so any parameter we pass into this action can be used in the URL path. Boy, that looks really bad with a space in it, doesn't it? I solved it. We can just do ID. Okay. So let's go to parameters and let's name this ID. This is going to be the contact ID. expose that to the process. Okay, so it's going to be here. We're not going to have any body. We've already checked that it's a get method, that it's like it said here. And headers, okay. Headers don't matter for this because the content type is only talking about a body, so we don't need that in a read. And response, we're not going to do anything with. We can go ahead and try making sure update works. Let's go look at what that's going to be. Update, copy this. Oh, this is exactly the same thing as read. Request, paste that in here. This is not going to be a get, though. This is a patch. That's important. It could have been put. I frankly don't even know the difference. I think put is supposed to be like, actually, it's not even supposed to be patch. I think it's supposed to be put. It don't matter. This is proof, though, that developers can choose whatever they want. Put makes sense to them, they choose it. Patch makes sense to me, I choose that. I'd probably be the one who's wrong, but I'm just saying that you can choose whatever you want to when you create the API. Now, we might need headers, parameters. Do we need parameters? We do need parameters because what we need to know is which contact ID it is. So let's actually go over to read and just copy this and paste it over right here. There should be no difference between these except for the method. So this one's a get, this one's a put. Wait, did I say put? Patch, man, I was tricking myself. So it's patch. And then the headers, I think that we want to copy the one for create. So let's go get content type. And in update, we're going to put that here. And then the header is going to be application JSON. Okay, and then let's go down to, let's see, I think we need a body for this. We do. Let's go copy the one for create. And I think that this makes sense. This might be actually something that I would design the first time, and then I'd start working with it a little bit and realize I want to change how it works. So what I'm trying to think through here is you want to update a person's first name or their last name or their email address, but you don't want to update everything. So I guess you need a way to just not provide that at all. And there are probably a few different ways to make that happen. One way would be to actually build this whole string inside of, one of the Blue Prism, inside the Blue Prism object, and then provide this whole thing. So whatever parameters you want to provide. The other way is that we could treat this like when you want to update something, you have to provide all of everything, and then it all gets updated at once. That seems bad. Yeah, I don't like this that much, but okay, let me just talk through what my concern is. For one thing, if I make it provide all this, well, what happens if you provide to the parameters, and let's say our parameters look like this: first name, last name, email address. You just provide email address because you want to change the email address. Well, if I design it just like this, then email address is going to come in. It's going to get put right here. And then first name and last name might be blank. So now when I go update it, the person's first name and last name get changed to blank. And I assume that's how it would work. So I think theoretically, what this thing is looking for you to do is dynamically generate this list of properties and only provide the ones that you want to update. I think no matter what, though, we don't want this method to take in multiple inputs. I think we need one parameter, and it's going to be like, this is going to be obnoxious, name it like this, but let's call it properties to update. Properties JSON, let's do that. And then this is going to be text, expose, and then in the request here, I think we actually just stick it right here. Like we go properties JSON. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. That's kind of obnoxious, but that'll be fine. And then we need to finish off update. So parameters, this is just going to be like ID, text, expose, and we can go verify that we have this right though. This is actually archive. So let's rename this. We don't want to call it delete if it's not delete. Let's call it archive. And move an object. Okay, so this is going to be the same kind of thing. We go copy this, go to request, paste that in here, and change this to ID with square brackets so that the parameter, whatever comes into here, gets put into here. And then the other thing we can see is that the method is delete. So let's change the method to delete. No body, because all it needs to know is the ID of the person, and it will delete them, quote unquote archive them. And then we've got all of these prepared. The only weird one is this one, where we need to dynamically generate the properties JSON. So I may as well show you doing that. We've already gone like way overboard with this video, so I may as well just continue. Let's go ahead and duplicate. Let's see. So we want to list. Okay, let's go ahead and duplicate this one for read. Manage pages. This one needs an ID input. ID. And let's make sure it chose text. Okay, put that over here. Change this to call the read. I think I might need a reset. Read right here. It looks for an ID, so I need to pass that in. And the output is going to be response content and HTTP status code. Right, this is the original name, so we want to call this API. Wait, API HubSpot. Oh. HubSpot API contacts. And this one will be read. And then I need to go update this name because it's slightly wrong. Okay. So the input ID will be provided, which is going to be a contact ID. It goes into here. This will call the web API object that got the one we created in the system tab. Provides the ID. When it gets back, will be a response content HTTP status code. We need to check to see what the status code is going to be here when we test it for the first time. And then let's rename this exception to be read action failed. Now in this case, we actually can include an error potentially. I guess we could say ID, and then we'll put ID. That way, that gives us a little bit of help for going to troubleshoot. And there's no way that, an ID is not sensitive information. So we're going to do that. Read action, did I name it correctly? Yeah, read. Okay. So let's test this. We need to go get an ID, one that we won't end up deleting. So I don't think we'll ever delete. Let's see. Does this work? We don't want that. We're never going to delete Brian, so let's go get Brian's ID. We'll make a debug start stage. I always use a multi-calc in case I need to add more inputs later. ID, debug start, Brian. Okay, let's set next stage here. Okay, so HTTP status code of 200. So I think we can leave this one just looking for it to be equal to 200. Maybe we have to change that later. And then we will convert this response content into results. Let's call this result singular. Result. And this one is going to extract results. I don't know. Actually, that may not be necessary. Let's see. What is this? Cannot store in results. Man, I knew I was going to forget one. Okay, output results. So in this case, we're still using skipping JArray, but I don't think we actually have to do that. But I went ahead and did it anyways, just in case. Okay, so this is what we'd expect. This is the result, so I actually don't have to extract anything. And this action is done? Question mark? Let's reset, just make sure it works still all the way through. Yep, cool. And that gives us Brian's details. Now let's go to update. Let's see. We do want to probably copy the create one because it's going to have the same inputs. So duplicate, update. Let's reorder these a little. Create, read, update, delete is the order I'm going for. Let's update Brian. So we'll replace this. And we don't want to create. We want to update. And here's the properties JSON. We're going to have to build that. And the output looks good. Okay, first name, last name, email address. Make sure we still got that as inputs here. Okay, so what we basically need to do, and I think we could use, I think I would tend to just go use C# for this. I'd have to think about how that would even look, but we could do it in Blue Prism with some extra steps, so maybe we just will. And before we actually call this to update, we need to, I don't think we're going to extract ID at the end here, so that doesn't apply. And update, I think maybe that doesn't pass anything back. So I think update will not have any outputs. And then results, yeah, response content, results. I think we'll just, this probably won't be included, so I think that's just going to get deleted. We determine which of these are provided, and we could just do a string of like decision stages. If that value is provided, then we append the JSON content. Let's work it out first, though. Let's do decision. So first name provided, and this is just going to be like if the process provides first name, if it is not equal to 0. I mean, not equal to nothing. So trim first name not equal to nothing. That means that we should update it. Same thing for last name. And then for email address. All right. If it's provided, then we want to add a row. You know, I wonder what we could do. Yeah, let's try a little something here. Let's do collection. This seems viable. We'll call this data. We'll have a couple of input fields. Well, 3, so a few. Last name text. Email address text. We're going to make this a single row collection, so it always has that row. The start stage will put its data directly into data.firstname, data.lastname, and data.email address. So it will set it into the collection, into the basically the first row or the selected row. Since it's a single row collection, there is only one. There can be only one. So I'm going to delete this. And then first name provided, what this actually should do is check data.firstname provided. Last name. Email address. Okay. So I think what we'll do is let's make this like data template, like that. Okay, this one I should have just recreated. We're going to make this a dynamic collection. I think it would have not let me do what I was about to if I didn't make it a dynamic collection. So what we have is the data template. This has the stuff in it. And this doesn't need to be a single row collection, I think. Yeah, because it doesn't have any fields anyways. And what we want to do is first just copy data template. See, copy data template to data. Do this. We're going to set this data. Oh, but you know what? If I have an input parameter, the order of operations here is confusing me. I guess what I could do is let the input put its data into data template, and then we copy data template into data. Then we check to see if the first name is there, like if it's filled or not. If it's not, then we delete that field. Same thing for last name and email address. Whichever ones are left, we might have to check to see if anything is left at that point. If anything is left, we convert this to JSON, and then that's our properties JSON. All right, let's do that. Let's go start. This should actually go into data template. The naming of these things is kind of weird. So if you're thinking that, that's I agree with you. But I'm too far down the rabbit hole to stop now. Okay, so we want to copy this to this. That makes sense. Then when we check here, this is correct. We're checking for the data here. And if it's not there, so if first name is provided, we just move on. If the first name is not provided, then we want to delete the column. There's not a delete column or a remove column inside the internal business objects. So we go find utility collection manipulation. Delete column. The input collection is data, and the column name is going to be, I can just hard code it here, first name. You know what? We could just loop over that collection. You know what I'm saying? We just loop over it. Oh, but the name of the columns, the name of the column has to match what the API wants. So we have to change this to first name, last name, and just email. Yeah. And then the start stage has to write into it the same first name, last name, and email. Okay, goes into here. Then this is going to copy its collection into data, so that's good. And then we can just loop over that data. So get all the column names, loop over them, and check to see if they're empty or not. That way, if it's a really long list, it doesn't affect our code at all. First thing we want is get collection fields, input collection data, output data fields. Set that over here. Okay, and then we want to loop over them. Where are we at? Loop. We should probably have like a subpage for this, but it's okay. Scrolling is not that big of a deal. All right, so we're going to loop over data fields. And we want to check to see oh, this isn't going to work actually. I mean, it is going to work, but I have to read it first. So we need to do like, oh, I don't want to. We need read collection field. Row index is not always going to be 0. Is it always going to be 0? Yeah, it's always going to be 0. We want to read the data collection. So data. And the field name that we want is going to be whatever field we're on in our data fields looping here. Okay, and then we get value. And then we need to check to see if the value is empty. Value provided. Oh, value provided? Question mark. Value not equal to nothing. So we probably want to do trim. Maybe. Yeah. Is the value not equal to nothing? Okay. Well, then we want to include it. Maybe I could just check to see if it's empty, you know? This is confusing. Value empty, question mark. If it is empty, let's get rid of that. That's in my way. If it is empty, then we want to delete the column. Well, let's copy this. Delete call. We should do delete field because, you know, I've been calling it fields. And Blue Prism has this unnecessary distinction between two actions that perform the same function. I didn't make fun of it. Look, I did not make fun. You didn't see me smile, so you don't know if it was a joke. Okay. Oh, I'm starting to get confused now. I'm starting to get confused now. Okay. We're trying to delete a field from data, right? Data, and the field name is the same thing. Data fields dot field name. We want to store the collection back into data. So let's drag this out so we can see at least the names of these actions. Value empty, yes, we want to delete the field because we no longer want it because we're not trying to update that field. Now the question is though, how do you make that field empty? Like how would you update the field to be empty in the system? Well, the answer is you're not allowed to. Based upon the logic I'm putting here, you have to have some kind of value in it, and a space is not good enough. You'd have to have a letter of some kind. Okay, so read the collection field. So we are reading the list of data fields, and for each one, we are reading the first row for that field name. In this row of the collection, there's only one row, and then putting the value here, and then we're checking to see if the value is empty. If it is empty, we delete the field from data, and then we go to the next column. Once we've gone through all of them, we will be left with the only things we want to delete. Now, I think what we should do is count the number of columns that are left. So we can use the collections internal business object for that. Count columns. We are counting. We want to put quotation marks for this because it's asking for a reference to the collection, not the collection itself. Columns count. I can put that down here. And we want a decision stage. Columns remaining. And then we say column count greater than 0. As long as it's greater than 0, we're good to go. We can keep going. If it's not, though, we're going to throw an exception because you've basically passed us data, like you haven't provided us any data to update. Business exception, system exception. I'm really not sure what to call it. I don't normally use other types of exception types, but I am going to this time. Invalid input parameter. I like that. Invalid input. We'll say invalid input, none of the inputs, wait, all of the inputs were empty. Click OK here. I don't like that. Whatever, it's fine. All right, so now if we reach this point, we know that there's at least one column with data in it. And we've already pre-created this data template to match what the API can update for a contact. So it should be impossible for it to fail once it gets to here, unless I've designed it wrong. Oh, properties JSON, right. We need to do one final step. We have to convert. Actually, we're going to take this, copy it, and then we'll do collection to JSON. We're going to take data and convert that to properties JSON. Here. This should actually be below, based upon the order when they're used. I don't know that I'll need this yet, so let's just connect this in. Okay, let's call this something a little more clear. Build properties JSON. And then calling this update expects you to pass in properties JSON. And we might be good. I'm not sure. I have a feeling that this is going to throw an exception because of the format of the JSON. That's what I want to predict. What are we missing here? What's going on here? Oh, whoops. Let's do that. What was that other error? Store in. Oh, it's my inputs. And then no store in mapping for response headers. We don't care about that. Okay, so this one needs an input of, oh, right, it's going to be first name, and we need to put it into data template. So we got to put first name, last name, email, and this is going to be, what is this? Update. We're updating Brian. Oh, wait. Oh, I definitely missed something. So update. Got to have ID. Now, I think it would be fair to say that you could require a properties collection from the process, but I think it's better to do it this way, even though it might be a little obnoxious, depending on how many inputs there could be. But for now and for the foreseeable future, there shouldn't be too many inputs. Even like 20 more, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. ID, and I need a separate input for that, like a separate data item. I'm going to call this text ID. Okay. And then when I call the update, oh, right, I just didn't even provide that as, I didn't even make that an input. So let's go back over to the system tab, open this up, and I need for update to take a parameter of ID. This is going to be text, expose that, and because this one has it too, right? It has ID, and read has ID, and that's it. Okay. Here, I'm going to reset. Now it should have an input of ID. Yep. Put ID. Oops. Put ID here. And out we still don't know what the output's going to look like, so let's just test that. Brian, I think how we want to do this is we're going to need to set Brian's ID. Let's go get from this other debug start stage. We'll put his ID here, ID, and then I think we will leave his first name, last name the same, and we'll just test to make sure that email can be changed. Test another email, test another at email.com. Wait, let's call this different at email.com. And I guess we could change his last name or his first name. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just spell it like with a Y. We'll just flip it back and forth. So Brian. We'll just call this Brian. That works. And we'll copy this. We'll call this one Brian. And that way we can change his name. But let's say that on this one, we just change his name. And then we'll do one more where we change Brian's, we've changed Brian's name. We'll do this one more where we change his email address only to like test Brian at email.com. And then we leave these blank. So let's actually put double quotes like this. That way it makes sure they're blank. Okay. So now let's test that. Let's see how how are our errors doing? What's going on here? Oh. Here I want to put double quotes just to make sure that they've been cleared out. Expression is blank. How do I still have a blank expression? Goodness gracious. Okay. All right, it looks good now. So I'm going to set here. Let's go look at Brian in the UI. All right, Dave, the RPA guy, is there. We got Brian. That's his name, but we're expecting that to change and his email address to change from test@test.com to be something else. Okay, so I need to drag this out a little bit, make sure I can see it. Get collection fields. So just to give you a little bit of visualization what's going on here. Here's our data collection. Data template has the same thing. We copied it over to data, and then the inputs went into data template, so it came with it. This is the person's details that we want to update. Last name is empty. We'd expect it to get removed from the collection. And then data fields. Looks good. So it should loop over each one. And as it's doing this loop, let me make this smaller here. As it's doing this loop, it's checking, it's getting this field name, and it's reading the first name field from data, checking to see if it's empty. And if it is, then it's using this value to delete a column from data. And then the same thing for last name, whatever. We would expect when it gets to last name, it will go to the right because the value is empty, and it will delete the last name field. One more look at data before we do this. This is what it looks like. So it should go here. Oh, there's a value there. Here, oh, no value there. Delete it. And then there's a value here, so don't delete it. Then at the very end, we count the columns that are left in data, because if all of them are empty, then it'll be 0. As long as there's at least one column, then it will convert this collection into JSON and then pass that into update. But again, I think that it's going to have a syntax problem. Okay, so the value is not empty. It reads the next collection field. Here's where it read last name, and it is empty. So it's going to delete that from the collection. We'll go look at data again. Here's current value. So now we just have first name and email. It's still got to evaluate email though. So it reads the email. The value is not empty, so it continues. Count the columns. We've found 2 columns. That is greater than 0. And so now we are going to convert. Yeah, it's definitely going to have a problem. Well, we'll see. It converted the data, and because this is a collection of rows, it's only one row, but it is coming from a collection. The way it works is it will add these square brackets on the beginning and end, because this is saying this could be an array. And so this is one row in the array. So technically what it's trying to say is it might be like this. I don't know if there needs to be commas between those or not. Can't remember. But this would be like an array, but it's only one. It's just one row. So we don't need those square brackets on both sides. I think, though, when I run this, it's going to say that the JSON is like malformed or something. Invalid JSON on line 2, column 6. Unexpected character. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it's referring to this because it actually says, let me do that again. Yeah, it actually says invalid JSON on line 2, column 6. Unexpected character, and it says an open square bracket. Was expecting double quote to start field. Now that's what's confusing to me. I know that I don't need any square brackets in this particular JSON. You should be careful doing what I'm about to do though. After I build the JSON, I am going to delete all of the square brackets. There is a better way to do this, and is to detect Does it begin with a square bracket? Does it end with a square bracket? If that is true, then delete, drop off the first character, drop off the last character. So what I'm doing is technically a little bit risky. I just know that it will always work in this case. So replace square brackets. Also, like, what if you had a square bracket inside the data, I guess people can't have square brackets as part of their name. I don't know. Replace square brackets. I'm going to take the properties JSON. I'm going to replace square bracket with nothing. And then outside of that, we're going to do it again. Comma, replace end square bracket with nothing. A little bit hard to read, but this is, you could do like this, something like that. So this is like replace, and then the result of that goes into this replace. Let's see if that works. Okay, what we expect is for this to go down and the end and the start and end square brackets to go away. So that looks good. Okay, we want to store the result directly back into properties JSON. All right, so now let's do that. So it should replace the square brackets on the beginning and end. Now we run this. Ooh, it still doesn't like this. That's not good. Properties JSON. What exactly does it not look like? Let's go look at. Oh, I'm dumb. I know. I see what's going on. I see. In the documentation, it specifically says properties, and then inside that, all this stuff. What I was supposed to do, I think what I was supposed to do is nest this. Properties JSON. So I actually needed to have it nested. Okay. This is going to be obnoxious, and I'm sorry for anybody watching this. This is probably confusing. I know, and I apologize, mostly. It's going to irritate me that this is wider than the rest of them. Okay. So we're going to say nested data. Call this properties. Am I doing that right? Properties. And then we want this to be a collection, and it's going to be a single row. Yep. Okay. And then down here, before we build the properties JSON, we want to set the data from data into the nested data. So we're going to take set data into nested data. Okay, nested data is going to be here, but we actually want nested data.properties. We're going to take data and put it into properties. Then we are going to build the properties JSON by taking nested data and converting that to properties JSON. Then I think we still probably got to replace the square brackets. Oh my goodness. Maybe C# would have been better for me to do this, but in a video like this, I don't want to be breaking C# out. Okay, so I set nested. So I took this, right? So I took this whole collection, 2 fields and in one row. I stuck it inside of here. Okay, so inside of this properties collection, got a single row. This is single property value collection field, whatever. Click inside that and you can see the same data. So it's nested. The reason I'm doing that is that now when I build the JSON, it's going to give me JSON that includes the word properties like that. It's still doing this. It's still doing the square brackets. I wonder if it will allow the square brackets. Let's try that. It does not. Now this time it's having a problem with my open curly brace. Let's go look at the system tab. I believe it is having a problem with, okay, yeah, properties JSON. And what I'm putting in here is already correct JSON. So let's do this. So I think this will work. It's already like valid JSON that I'm passing in, so it'll just plop it right here. Okay, now I've gotten rid of those extra curly braces. Now let's see if it'll work. I probably have to reset this though. Let's do this one. Okay, so everything should work the same as before, where it loops over the collection, deletes fields that are empty. How many columns? We got 2. Set the data into the nested data, build the JSON, and then I don't want it to replace the square brackets just yet. I want to see if it works without doing that. Invalid. Let's see. Cannot deserialize value of type Java. Okay, I think we're gonna have to reset this. But what I think I need to do is run the replace of the square brackets. So let's just see if that works this time. I'm going to change the speed. We're gonna run to here. Okay, so we have this properties JSON. It's got those extra characters in it right here. But I think we just need to get rid of the square bracket. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. Got rid of the square brackets, and now we run the update. Oh my goodness, it worked. Okay, status code 200. So we can, I'm just going to leave this one here. Maybe I should just update all of them to use status code, like, whatever. Status okay, yes. Create list. Okay, we'll delete this one. Status okay, yes. And we're just looking for it to start with a 2. All right. So now this one's working. I can step, and we don't want any output from this. That is for sure. So I don't need to check anything. It's possible that this results is actually also not used. Let's check for errors. All right, these are just those standard response headers we're not using. Okay, now we can make delete. So let's go to, let's see, which is the easiest one? Update, read. I'm thinking we duplicate read. Call this, not delete. I keep wanting to call it delete, but it's actually archive. Manage pages, archive, and publish. And we don't want to delete Brian. We want to delete Dave, I think. So let's go find my ID. Oh, okay. Now that's something that we won't be able to run multiple times. So once something has been deleted once and we create another one, it's going to give it a totally different ID. So, okay. So yeah, we would have to like purposefully go in and get an ID that we can test with. Although that archives it. So I wonder if I could easily unarchive it. Let's go to Postman. Let's find Dave. Am I in here? Let's run this again. I should be in here somewhere. Yep. My ID is 53971392629. Very telling. Okay, we're going to delete Dave. Got to put my ID in here. Change read. I keep saying delete, but I definitely mean archive. Okay. There's the ID. No output really besides response content and HTTP status code. We are checking the status code and there will be nothing to convert here. So I'm probably going to delete that in just a second and no result to deal with. No special errors. Set next stage, and we'll go into the UI just to make sure we see it. So there's Dave. Okay, we run archive. It's a 204, so this status okay being in the range of like, it has to start with a 2 will work. And then I go back to the UI, and Dave should disappear. Okay, there it goes. It's gone. Before it was just updating automatically. So Dave is gone. I'm sure if there's some way to go to archived contacts, I could unarchive Dave. I just don't know how to do that here. So now this action looks done. Let's delete this. And I think I'd polish it more, obviously. You put in your description and all that stuff, but this is essentially this thing done. I guess just to point out that you could do this, you'd create all the same kind of stuff if you wanted to use the utility HTTP object. So let's duplicate list, and we'll say using HTTP object. We'll put this at the end. We are not going to publish this because we don't actually want to use it. This is just an example. We'll move this off to the side, and let's grab the HTTP object. We want HTTP. Select that, and we are doing list, and we know that list is a get, so we'll do a method of get, and then content type is going to be we don't need application JSON. We would put that here for the other ones, for like post and stuff like that. The address URL, this one is something that you would create an environment variable for, just like I did over here for these. Okay, so you would create an environment variable for this. And man, I guess I should just do that. API HubSpot API contacts base URL. And then we will go grab that from here. So we need the base URL only. Paste it in here. We'll put our original value here just in case somebody changes it for testing. We're deleting the last part off of it though. And remember, like if you watch that part, you can delete this and it doesn't affect anything because of how we designed it. Okay, let's save that, and we'll go back over to Object Studio. Let's go to the initialize page, create a data item, change the exposure to environment, go find the new environment variable, unhide from other pages, go to our new action, and here we, I think we do actually need to build this dynamically. Let's cheat a little bit and go to our 8-ball API object. And I'm just going to go copy the logic from there. So we did kind of the same thing over here. I'm just going to copy this top logic up here. And use it in this object. Move it down, this. Okay, so what I'm going for is, if my base URL ends with a slash, then I don't need to append one. So let's see. It's not the 8-ball base URL though, so I want to change this to this. So it does end with a slash. If it does, then we want to set the base URL directly into address URL. If it does not end with a slash already, then we want to append a slash. That way, if somebody's configuring this in production, they go put in the base, the base URL for production, and they just don't realize that it's important whether or not they should put a slash. It just doesn't matter. Put a slash, don't put a slash, doesn't matter. Finish the address URL. In this case, we are doing list. Let's go get the partial URL for that. This was up here. List. We're going to copy this. And we don't need any of this extra stuff. Okay, we're not going to put the slash, remember, because we handled that up here, putting that extra slash. So it will definitely be there by this point. And we're going all the way down to contacts. I need to close that with a double quotes. So now if I were to run it from here, well, actually, I can just start stepping. Right now, I have it not ending with a slash. So it's going to append one. Oh, I need to actually I need an address URL data item on this page. Okay, so that's what it's starting with. And then it's going to finish creating the address URL by appending the last part. So now that's our whole URL that we're using. Now, another thing that we don't have, let's go ahead and drop our address URL in here. We don't need a body. We don't need content type. This is exactly the same as we showed in the system tab when we're configuring those web APIs. Whatever it takes to create the body, whatever the format is, you do the same thing here. So basically, for an example, this one for update, the value that we had in properties JSON, if you go back to that part of the video, the exact value that came out of here, that would go directly into this input. You might call it body at that point, right here. And then if you were doing that, if you have a body, then you would probably put application/JSON into content type here, especially if you get an error when you call it. I think content type would get added into headers, so you don't have to do anything with that. And I think most of this other stuff is not different. Oh, look at that. Use bearer token. Okay, so we don't have to create the header ourselves. Used to be in older versions of this object. In case you're using older versions of this, you might not have use bearer token and bearer token. So I'm going to show you both ways just briefly. This is how you would do it in this newer version. Use bearer token true. And then you would retrieve the bearer token here. So maybe at the beginning of this action or whatever, you would go credential. You need to get, and you would need the name of the credential. And I think I hard coded it in this one. HubSpot. You might make an environment variable out of it, but I'm just saying HubSpot API credentials. And actually, it's funny. You might actually name that more specifically, like for contacts, because I changed the scope of this. We're only working with contacts, so maybe you'd have one for another part of HubSpot as well to separate the access levels. Okay, but this is going to be out of the password field, so we're going to call this private access token, like that. And then we need to probably call this at the beginning. We'll do it right before we have to, right before we make the HTTP call. Okay, so it'll get the private access token. And then let's make sure that works actually. Get the private access token. And then what we want to do with it is put that into a collection. This is going to be called headers. Create a field called, I'm actually trying to remember now how the headers collection works. Is that separate fields? So let's try that. I feel like it's separate fields. Let's go ahead and type headers into here. I just couldn't remember if it was like a standard set of 2 columns and then you just add rows as you add more headers, but I just don't recall. So inside of here, we can actually hard code part of this. So we want to go like authorization. I'm saying that wrong. We want authorization as the name of this field. We can make this a single row collection for now. And what we want to do is put this is what we're going for. Bearer space and then blah, 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 for the private access token or API key or whatever. Okay, right before this, we want to set the bearer token or the the private access token into headers.authorization bearer space, and actually maybe to make that obvious, I'll do it like this, space, and then the private access token like this, set authorization bearer. And I think we can test that to make sure it works. This is going to be in plain text. Again, this is not sensitive because by the time you see this private access token will have been invalidated. I'm going to go delete that private app inside of HubSpot. Okay, so let's click OK here. And now I think we're ready to test this. I don't know if I've missed anything. True for bearer token. Oh. Wow. I just mixed methods. So let's take this out. Just going to put false here. What I did was just show you both ways at the same time on accident. So you either put it into the headers like this, and you set it, include it as a header, or you provide true to use bearer token and then provide the bearer token. We'll test that in just a second. Okay, did that output anything somewhere? So this, what were we doing? List. Okay, we don't have any, we didn't use the output. Results and status code. Do I have, okay, HTTP status code is what I want to put that into. Let's try that again. No, no conversion available from text to collection. What did I do here? Oh, results is supposed to be a text. Let's do, wait, so I want to do response content. That's what I should have put. We're going to put response content in the output. Okay, so status code 200, so I can step, you can see that that works. The results get converted, so I think I should just be able to step that, put it into results here, like this. It's got that nested collection. This next step here, you know, extracts it out. That's the same thing as what we did when we went over list. And now our results look like this, which is exactly what we want. There's no information about the people specifically here. We have to go down one, but we're expecting the process to handle that. Okay, now before we move on, let me show you the other way. I'm going to remove headers from this, and we'll just make sure that the other way works as well. I'm going to reference this headers collection. You could put this wherever you want to, though. I'm just using it as an example and kind of just keeping my current logic. Use bearer token true, and the bearer token we're going to get from headers dot authorization. Whoops, headers dot authorization. And remember, we're not actually passing the headers collection in anymore. I'm assuming that I'm only using authorization. Like that's the only thing in there. And so I just don't need the rest of it because there's nothing else. Now I'm going to reset this, and we're just going to make sure it still works from beginning to end. Private access token sets it into the headers collection. This is going to use it, but just to extract that value out. Okay, so we did something wrong. Oh, I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. Okay, when we pass in a bearer token into here, I think Blue Prism is going, okay, this is a bearer token. So, oh, here it is. Does it actually say it? It doesn't. I think it is putting the word bearer before my value. And so what I actually should do is not use this. We'll just go bearer token. Here we are setting bearer before the private access token. And I think Blue Prism's doing that for us. So we'll just duplicate this. We'll change it to just set the private access token. Oh, you know what? We don't need anything special. I can leave this. I can actually leave this in the flow. It's not necessary though. Let's take it out. This goes directly into private access token, and HTTP request can directly use private access token. So it's going to take it in there, add bearer to the beginning of it, add it to the headers for me, and then I don't have to do any of that stuff. So now I should be able to go back here and just run this, and it should just work. Yep. There we go. And here's our results. So we just went over quite a bit. And this is, okay, just to give you a time frame for how long it took me to show you how to do this and how for me to like actually build this object in the web API and stuff like that. It's 2.5 hours now just since the beginning of this section of the video. All right, just for HubSpot API. And I'm going to cut that down a lot, but I just wanted to mention to you that it's perfectly normal to take time to figure things out. I ran into problems and had to solve it, got frustrated at certain times, but I'm going to cut out a lot of that stuff. I will let you see some of the errors that I had, some of the problems that I had, but I'm just not going to make you wait through all of that time for me to figure it out. So just assume that if you see cuts, you know, in the video, like where it skips, assume that there was some amount of time in there where I needed to figure something out. All right, so that was how to use the HubSpot API It included authentication. We did some special things like different ways to interact with providing inputs into these actions. Like this update was kind of weird, where we built our own properties JSON and passed it in. You saw different ways to call an API, like different methods. We did create, read, update, and delete, which was actually archive and list. I hope that this has been a good set of examples. I think that this HubSpot API is similar-ish to the standard way to handle things. If you looked up like what's the standard REST API way, this is probably what you would see. And the only difference I might say there is that the authentication piece is not normally what I see. Yes, you might get an API key and you might be able to just pass that along to every single call. Like all we had to do was put it here, right? We just configured HubSpot API credentials as a credential in Credential Manager. I want to remind you what that looked like. We just used type of bearer token. We stuck the token in here, gave everything access rights to it. Again, that's maybe not a good idea, but I'm just for testing. And then inside of that web API service, or that definition or whatever, common authentication, bearer token, I chose the credential, and then I didn't expose it to the process because the process doesn't need it. And when it says exposed to process, it means process or object, anything that's calling it. So since the authentication was relatively easy here, you didn't have to manage a temporary token that can expire. The next section I'm going to go over, it's the last section of this video. I just want to show you how you would handle that if you did need to manage a token that expires. I'm going to use a local project running in Visual Studio to show you that. And I'm just going to kind of skip to the parts that are important. We're not going to do everything. But if you've watched this section of the video, I think you will benefit also from this next section as well, which should be much shorter. In this section of the video, I would like to go over what I think is something that genuinely might help you, but I don't know how often, all right? Sometimes you need to authenticate with an API, and then it will give you a token, and you hold on to that token, not physically, but in Blue Prism, you hold on to that token and you keep reusing it throughout the session or whatever, and that token expires after some period of time, 2 hours or 4 hours or 3 days, whatever it is. And so I wanted to show you how I normally handle caching that token. And so what I've done is I already made this web API project in Visual Studio, like you can see like 2 months ago. This is watching Tim Corey. If you're looking to learn C#, I think Tim Corey is a great resource. So I went through one of his courses, I think it was. You can see TC stands for Tim Corey. And what we did was create like an application that he called API Security App. And it just showed like an example of how you might implement role-based security in an API. Now, in our case, we don't need to worry about C# or Visual Studio or any of that stuff. You do not have to download this and try it. I think you can watch what I'm going to do and it will give you all the information you need. But if for some reason you want to try it, this is a public repository on my GitHub. It is not good code. You should not it is not production ready code. Just to be clear, this is purely just for you to try it out. So you are welcome to go download it and run it. I'm not going to go through like a full tutorial on how to do that. It's not particularly hard, but you may run into problems. I'm just letting you know it is here, and I think you just shouldn't go use that unless you're familiar with Visual Studio already. So I wanted to be clear though that it is there. I will link to it in the description if you want to go get that. I'm just going to say if you downloaded this, you try to run it, you might run into something not working. I provide no support for that. Please don't ask me to help you run this thing. I barely understood it when I went through it the first time. I'm not really into going back and looking through it again, but it works for me. So I'm just going to use it as an example. I'm going to hit this run button up here and it is going to launch this API and it should open up Chrome and bring me to the Swagger or Open API documentation. So this is something I wanted to make sure you saw. This is an example of Swagger or Open API documentation. You might see this a lot. And something you will commonly see, though, is no authentication section. And that's because the authentication is handled in a separate system entirely. That's something to be aware of. But anyway, you usually will still have to authenticate, though. In this example, the authentication is directly in this application. What you may have to do, though, is when you authenticate with this, you'll have some kind of API key given to you, or maybe you use a username and password or something like that. You will authenticate using this endpoint, and then you'll be given back a token that has a limited lifespan. And you need to use that token to call the rest of these. Let me show you that in this example, it won't work if I haven't gotten a token. Matter of fact, the way I've designed this, it's not even possible to try this from inside of Swagger. So I'll click try it out and execute. It says response status is 401. It's saying that I am not authorized to do this because I haven't logged in. What I can show you is how to log in on this. So if in case you want to try it, we're going to do this, I think, from Blue Prism, and I'll show you how I handle it. The users part of this is just for an example. This is not important. The important part is the authentication piece. We're going to call some of these other endpoints, maybe just one of them, just to show that the authentication authorization is required. But the lesson I want you to take from this is how to call it by authenticating and then store that token in Credential Manager in Blue Prism so that you're effectively caching the token and then reusing it. So you don't want to constantly re-log into a website, re-log into an API over and over again, so that you may find scenarios where you need to do this kind of thing. And especially if you want to reuse the token across multiple sessions in Blue Prism. This is, I think, a solid way to handle it. And I've tested this thoroughly. Hundreds of automations have been running in production for years using a technique like I'm about to show you. So even if it's not the best way, it definitely will work in Blue Prism for a fair number of automations. Let's test this out. We'll go to Postman and see what that looks like. I'm going to open this up so we can see how this is documented. Let's go to Postman. Let's create a new, wow, where is new? There we go. Let's create a new request. We will do, we got to look at this documentation, see what it says. It says this is a post. We actually need, let's see, we need the base URL, which is going to be here. I could have copied it from up here as well. Paste that here. We need to go back over. We can go ahead and change it to post too. Go back over here and we need API authentication token. /API /authentication /token. And then the way that we provide that input is to be secure. So you don't want to provide the username and password or whatever through the URL because that's not going to be encrypted when it's passed across through secure communication. Instead, you want to put it in the body. So body, I'm going to change this to raw and JSON. Paste this. Now, I have really secure username and password here. And if you were to download this and try out the project, if you decided to do that, you would actually type these in as well. So dmorris and test123. And I think that we are good. One thing to point out is that you don't have any kind of authentication for an authenticate endpoint. Like the point is you're not authenticated or authorized yet. So anyone should be able to call this endpoint, anybody who's within the network or whatever. So we've got the body here, no parameters, and that's the URL. We have post. I'm going to hit send. And so what it gives us back is what's called a JWT token. That stands for something. JSON Web Token is what that stands for. But essentially what a JWT token is just it's a string of numbers and characters. It's just a string of characters. You can actually tell it by it starts with EY, and then there is a period separating this group from this group of the text, and then another period, and then more here. I know that this last part is signature. I don't remember what these other parts are, but they're like encrypted or encoded or whatever. So I'm going to take this and copy it, and then we are going to use this in another call. So let's do new. We need to go in authorization. Maybe that's authentication. Authorization. It's authorization. Let's change this to JWT. Okay, so I can click on JWT bearer. I just wanted to show you though that I'm not going to do this because the JWT token is separated into separate sections. So I'm just going to cheat and go to bearer token and paste that into here. This is all 3 sections of the JWT token together into one field. Let's go, let's see here, body, we don't want a body. Let's go back over to the documentation, and we're going to do like API users so we can get a list of users from the system. I'm going to go over to here. Let's copy our URL, paste this here. I'm going to take off the last part, and I keep forgetting this. So it's /API/users. So /API/users. We're doing a get, so you can see that from right here. It says get. You could also do post and put, delete, whatever. And then I'm going to send this. It's going to use the authorization, and it should let us return the values. Now, in this case, it's just returning value 1 and 2. That's part of the code. It doesn't do anything. The whole point of this project that I created, and stuff, is just for practicing making authentication work. So this is a successful result. If I change this bearer token to be something else, let's just put a random character in here, like a T, and then I send, it's going to say 401 unauthorized. Not allowed to do that. So you have to have it as a correct token and send. Now, this token has a lifespan in it, and you can actually Google it. You can Google like JWT lifespan. You can paste this in there, and it'll tell you when the thing expires. So in Blue Prism, if you are calling an API that is designed like this, you need to cache that token so that you can reuse it for the lifespan that it exists. So let's go over to the System tab and to Objects, down to Web API Services, and click Add Service. And what we're going to do is call this, let's call this like local app. I don't know what else to call it. It's not a real thing. The base URL is going to come from here. Again, you do not need to follow this in case you missed me saying that earlier. This is just, I'm going to show you this as an example, and I think you can use it, but I need to do a little bit of setup first. So what we want to be able to, oops, this is not what I want. I don't want the whole thing there. I'm just going to copy here. Okay, so we'll leave this localhost, the port number, API. So this is where you would see the same like basic URL that we did before in other sections of this video, except I'm going to include API right here. I don't think it technically matters where you put this. Let's go down here first and do new action. We're going to call this authenticate. And then the parameters, we're not going to have any parameters. I don't think we're going to have any parameters. We're going to call, okay. What I actually want to show you is that you want to call this local app authenticate or authentication. And let's just have one action in here called authenticate. In the documentation, it says that authenticate is a post. So we change the method to post. The URL path is going to be just /authentication/token. There is going to be body content. And let's go copy that from Postman. Let's see. We had it right. We had a post and body. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay. I'm going to paste this here for now, but we're going to change this. So username and password. We need, okay, so we do need parameters. Username, and this will be a text, expose, and then password. We'll make this a data type of password. Expose that, and then request. Here, these are named exactly the same, username and password. Username and password for this part. This is what the API is expecting these fields to be called for logging in. and post. Okay, so this looks good, and I think this might be done. Yeah, I don't think we have to do anything else. We're going to click OK on this one. And now let's add another service for other actions. So, and once I create this, I'm going to show you why you want to create these separately. Local app. So we're just going to name this local app for now. You might name it local app something else, but I think this is pretty clear. We have local app authentication. So this is just for authentication. And then this is what you will use for the rest of the actions. We have the same base URL though, so I can go copy that, paste it into here. And then we're going to come back to common authentication and we're going to implement this. But for now, we're going to just build this out like it would work if we had the authentication part handled. So let's name this like get or list users. And then in parameters, we don't need anything. Request, though, we just need /users. Let's make sure the up here we don't have a slash at the end. I don't know if it would matter anyways. Request /users is the get method. So if you look at our documentation for getting users, it's just the method get and then the URL, and then it should just work. We don't need anything in the body. Don't need anything at headers or response. Okay, and then we go ahead and click OK. All right, so now we have one action that needs to be authenticated when you call it, and we have another that has one action that does the authenticating. We are going to need a credential. This is the part where you would want to do this too in your project. So we need a credential for, we'll just call this local app. Just call it whatever it makes sense to you. So local app, let's see, let's call this local app login credentials. And here we're going to choose basic authentication, basic web authentication to create the authentication header. So we're going to choose basic authentication here. I think general and basic are probably the same thing here, but yeah. So the username is going to be dmorris. The password is going to be test123, test123. Access rights, I'm going to give everything access to it. Again, you should, be aware of what you want to do for that. And then I think the right way to handle this is through role-based access. So a specific role here is supposed to be given access to various things, but these legacy ones, I guess, will be here forever. I don't know. Okay, let's click OK. Now we've got our local app login credentials. This is what's going to be used when we authenticate. Now we need a separate one. Technically you wouldn't have to make this a separate credential, but I'm going to. Local app, and we'll call this JWT token. Or just local app token. Maybe I'm going to make this clear, let's call this cached token. Local app cached token. And then this is going to be a bearer token. So when I click this option, it removes it. Instead of saying username and password, it says just token. So I'm going to end up storing the JWT token directly in here. Make sure everything has access to that. So just to mention though, what you could do, where I had like local app login credentials, you could restrict the access. So let's say all roles, but let's say that only a specific process can do this. We need to go create a process though. Let's see. Let's call this, I'm going to actually call this almost exactly what I do for real. So we'll call this like utility token refresher, and then click next, open process. Okay, so we have a process that exists now. Now I can give that specific process access to that credential. So we're going to say that specific process is the only one in the entire Blue Prism environment that is allowed to access the local app login credentials. Remember, local app just means could be anything, could be whatever app. I'm just calling it local app because I launched it locally. It could be literally anything. we have dmorris and test123. We're going to change access rights, all roles for now, but you could, restrict it. Processes, I'm going to uncheck everything, and resources, I'm going to leave to all. I'll go down to, what did I name that? It was like utility token refresher. And now only that process will be allowed to retrieve these credentials. So from the process, we're just going to design this very simply. You might want to make this more complicated, but I don't want to make this excessive like I already have. We're going to go business object. We want the local app authentication and authenticates. Username. Here we actually have to retrieve the credential first. Credentials. We want to get. And here, maybe it's an environment variable, but I'm just going to hard code this. Maybe you make an environment variable, maybe you don't. I don't know. This was called local app login. Was it credentials? I think that's what it was. Output is going to be username and password. So we get the credentials. And then this authenticate action will take in the username and the password. Yeah, right. Response content, HTTP status code. Now remember, normally I don't recommend having this kind of stuff at the process level, but this is what I'd consider to be a utility process, and it is just handling refreshing tokens. So I think it's not that big of a deal if it understands some more technical details. HTTP status code, we're going to trim that just in case, and we will go with starts with 2. Status, okay, question mark, okay. If it's not, then maybe we throw an exception. Failed to authenticate for local app. Just to remind you, local app could be any application. I just named it local app. Here we might want to have a response content. I actually think I will, because there's no way anything sensitive goes into this. So response content. Response content. And I'll just put some square brackets around it to make it look a little prettier when it runs. Let's just make sure that this works. So let's say the response content was like this, then it would look like that. Failed to authenticate for local app response content like this. If it does work, status is okay, then we just complete. So I need to switch this. Okay, so status okay, yes. Status okay, no. This way. Let's see if there's any errors. Okay, so this is just store in mapping for things that I'm not using. Okay, don't care about that. Now, what I should, oh right, no, there's a couple more steps. Now, what we want to be able to do is set whatever we get in the response content into the local app token. I think, what did I call it? Cached token, I think. We want to set it into this credential. Where it says password, that's where it goes. That's the token. So for now, we're going to do response content, because I think that the entire content will be the JWT token. Okay, like this. Blank values. Okay, don't care about that. Let's see here. I think we can just try this now. So I have my app running locally, still running. So I'm going to do get credentials. And then what I need to do is authenticate. So I'm actually going to step into this. Did I save it? I did. I'm going to hit F11. Oh, what is this? Oh, I'm calling the object, or the web API thing directly. Unsupported media type. status 415. I think what I have to do, that's actually interesting. How did that happen? Like I made this API, so how did I mess up, you know? Request, oh. Common, let's see, parameters, headers. I might need to specify the content type. I honestly do not remember. I would have thought that I'd make the default application JSON, but like, I don't know. Let's see if that was my problem. Gonna have to refresh this. Okay, response content was status 200 this time, and this is a real JWT token. Now it's not going to do you any good because it's only like authorizing me to do stuff in my local app, locally that doesn't do anything. But this is a real one. You can see the periods. You can see the EY at the beginning indicating this is a JWT token. And I don't remember what the expiry time of this. It might be like 5 minutes or whatever. But let's just pretend like it's 4 hours. Okay, that's something I've seen on a consistent basis. And what I like to do is have my tokens refreshed every hour or every 2 hours. So what this process would do is you would schedule it in Blue Prism Scheduler or in C2 or RPA Supervisor or some other orchestration platform so that it runs every couple of hours or something. Every time that it runs, it will then go authenticate again with whatever that app is, and it will store the value that it gets from the response, the JWT token, whatever kind of token it is, stores it into a different credential. So remember we created up this one, created cached token. And so this value currently, you can't see it, but this contains that token that we just set to it. And now what I'd suggest doing is basically we're going to save this. Okay, run that thing periodically in control room, in your environment, and then build your object so that it takes its token directly from that credential. So let me go over to APIs and we'll create an object. Let's call this API local app API. Click next. Let's open this. And what you could do is build it directly into here, but then now that I think about it, you could actually obscure it a little more. Okay, so now what you want to do is go into the System tab. Let's go back to Web API Services and to Local App. And remember, we've got the authentication one here, which handles just the authentication, of course. The local app, though, could have one or more different kinds of actions. I've only created list users, but it could have hundreds more. It probably shouldn't, but it could. Okay, and over here we've got the, it looks like it would work except for authentication. So what I'm going to do is make the common authentication bearer token. And then I'm going to choose the credential local app cached token. I'm going to say, don't expose this to the process. So basically what I'm going for is, yes, I might allow different processes to use this. I don't ever have to expose the token to the process or to an object or, any chance of it going into logs, any of that, because it's just going to be retrieved at the time when the web API is called like this. So I'm going to click OK now, and we'll go to an object. Okay, I have created an object, called it API local app API, terrible name, but whatever. We will rename this action list users. And then we want to call the object that we created in web APIs. So web API services, local app. We're not calling local app authentication from anything but that one process. Call this list users. And then the outputs are going to be, this is going to, contain the data that we're looking for. And I'm not going to fully finish this object. I'm expecting that you will reference the other parts of the video to know what to do here, but I'll just mention it briefly. you would list the users, and then every single one of these actions, it checks the HTTP status code to make sure that it's a 200 or, between 200 and 299, something like that. And if it's not, throw an error. If it is in there, then you want to use the JSON utility VBO to convert this JSON content into a collection, do whatever manipulation you need to on that collection, and then output it through the end. And that's it. So since this action handles all the authentication for you, you don't even have to worry about it. It feels like there's no authentication. And because you periodically have this process, the token refresher, you periodically have it running in control room, it's constantly keeping that token refreshed. So it's always got a valid token, and it will only authenticate, max like 12 times a day if it's running every 2 hours. And authenticating 12 times a day is way better than re-authenticating hundreds of times a minute or something, which might happen depending on how often your processes start up, how often your processes call the object that uses that API. It can get excessive. And so this is a responsible use of keeping that token cached. But let's test this object now. Okay, we have unauthorized. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. Just calm down. We got to make sure this works. Local app, common authentication, local app cache token. Let's do this one more time. I don't think that the token ran out of time, but I don't know. Let's try this again. Okay, yeah, it did. That's exactly what happened. So there was an example of if I had my token refresher periodically running. Now, obviously, I set the time frame to very low, so I don't know what it was. Probably it's probably only like a few minutes or something because I was testing. But in this case, I actually would have to have that token refresher running like every few minutes. But ideally, the expiry time is like 4 hours or more, and then you just run the thing every couple of hours. And then this action just picks up whatever token is sitting inside of that cached token credential and just uses it. And then it's good to go. Just a reminder, again, of course, you'd want to check this status code here and then do whatever manipulation you need on this data to do JSON to collection or whatever and output it. But that is what I do for trying to maintain cached tokens so that I'm not constantly re-authenticating for a particular API. And just to mention, this only applies if your particular API outputs a token that doesn't last forever. If they give you an API key and that API key is what you include as part of every single API call, then that's not really a scenario where you need cached tokens because your token just lives forever anyways. But I think that there's a fair chance a lot of you will run into a scenario like I just described. And I think this video, this part of the video will help for that. All right, well, we've gone through a lot today. I have been recording for a long time, and I think my voice kind of sounds like it. I really tried to think of a way to make this a shorter video, and I know that I always complain about that. I'm like, why is my video so long? Well, I mean, I have to edit this thing. I don't know how many hours of video I got to go edit. But the other thing is that I want people to get the information, and I want it to be a consumable amount of time. Nobody's going to sit down and watch a video for 4 hours straight. But I think this is really good information. And quite frankly, I think somebody will find this useful. And so I'm going to leave this video here. I am not surprised, though, if this is something you got to come back to periodically and just reference as needed. I'm going to try so hard when I edit this in a little bit to make it as short as possible. Oh, goodness gracious. So I hope this video helped you. Thanks so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.